Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome, welcome. We're back. Streaming yet again. Missed out on the Friday stream. Was busy creating drama. And by drama, I mean I watched that video and it was so mentally taxing that I had to go make a video about it just to express how much I hated it. It was just so deeply offensive to like be adjacent to. It was like the equivalent of like so you have a job where you like go into work and then your coworker is sitting like uncomfortably close to you the entire time and they smell terrible, like they just do not take care of themselves. Um that is how it felt to be like adjacent to that video.
All Super Earth citizens are equal,
basically.
but now you are
That's how I would
equal.
describe it. Thanks for the 4 months, Sniper's Legacy. Wait. 6 months. Thank you for the 6 months. It's been 6 months. Hi there. Yeah, it was nuts. Hold on, I don't have the wheel up. I'm kind of griefing you guys. You can't do the wheel yet. Wait, why is it saying my Twitch is disconnected? What? Hang on. Oh, that's annoying. I don't like actually remember what my Twitch password is because they make it be like 20 characters long. Maybe that's it. Okay, that is it. Nice. Remember it. Okay, Twitch is now connected to the wheel. We did it. You can now claim your wheel on Twitch. Just took me a minute to figure it out. Hold on. I still gotta pop out YouTube chat. I need to get a new like starting soon screen so I can get all of this done before the stream like actually really starts. That'd be a good idea. Do you write down your passwords and then hide it in the walls? I respect that. When you stream Helldivers 2 again, whenever something happens. There's been nothing happening for a brick solid 2 months. It's just not worth playing. Now they're like teasing that the Illuminate Armada is on its way, or gonna be here soon, which is cool, but I think it's probably not gonna happen until like Thursday. Thursday is probably gonna be the day things start happening. By my measure. You have 2 screens? Yeah, I have 2 monitors. If I had to guess when the next Helldivers 2 stream will be, it'll probably be on Thursday, and there's probably going to be the second part of the Illuminate Invasion. And then we'll play some Helldivers that night. That would make sense. Because the new Warbond should be coming out soon, too. Oh, yeah, so I organized... I haven't actually got a chance to make the video on it yet, but I'm about done writing the script for our Breach Boss testing that we did last stream. Like, if you were here last time, we did a brick solid 4 hours straight of Breachstone farming to see if it was worth it. I have had time to at least organize all of the storage since then of all of the items we got. It's currently occupying 5 different tabs just to display everything. So if you were curious how that went, basically, I believe these are all the normal bases that we collected along the way that have like some form of value or are worth crafting on, based on what my filter picked up. Because as you may or may not know, I have my filter set up to basically not show me anything that has an armor value on it, since warriors are currently not real characters in the game until, you know, armor gets further reworked or buffed, etc. Um, and the only warriors I'm like aware of right now are warriors that are wearing energy shield. Do you think we'll get something for the anniversary? Why are you guys talking about face reveal all of a sudden? That's never gonna happen. So these are all the normal bases that you could sell or craft on. Like, it'd be pretty easy to get rid of wand bases. People will buy wand bases. People will buy boots. You could sell them in bulk eventually if you keep stacking them up. I know not everyone has space like this to do this though. More realistically, you're just like going to craft on these, or you could essence craft on these to see if you can make something. Or you could just ignore all of this and not pick these up to begin with. Either way, this isn't going to be filtered into end my end results, my testing. Whatever happens with this gear, it's just here for display to show like you will get this and you could do something with this, but it's not going to be the focus of the video or be incorporated into our results. And then over here, these are all the normal breach rings. These will be filtered into the results. There's 117 normal breach rings here. Current market value, you could move these for 16 points. I think it was 16.7 is what I calculated it at. 16.7 divine orbs. More realistically, you just get rid of these for 16 divine orbs. If you were really patient, you could do as much as 23 divine orbs, but you would have to find a buyer that was willing to play ball with that count. It'd be far more difficult than 16, but it would be possible. All of these are rare or magic level 82 breach rings. So you, again, same story as the bases. You could craft on all of these and potentially get something out of it. These would be much more difficult to sell because you'd have to do them individually, basically. So more realistically, you would either just ignore these and not care because you just don't want to be bothered with it, or you would craft on all of these and potentially make more profit off of it. And this last tab here, these are all magic and rare level 82 bases of pieces of gear that could potentially be rolled into something. Realistically, the majority of this is just going to end up a regal shard, but for the most part, these are items that are worth at least looking at and potentially rolling up into something, since they are able to roll the highest modifiers. And the most important part, of course, was the breach testing box, breach boss uniques, where I got an above average number of Howa gloves. The average for this test would have been 9. I got 12, but I got a below average amount of metamorphosis. It would have been 9. Instead, I got 4. Overall, it came out pretty even. After running the math, the entire test between selling the breach rings at the lowest marketable value in bulk and selling these metamorphosis and selling these Howas, if I were to sell all of this without identifying, I know I identified one of the gloves by accident, but just if they were all unidentified, I sold them at market value. Originally we put 40 divines into the cost of the breach stones. It would have became 48 over the course of inflation happening over the weekend. So now our original buy-in would instead have been 48 divine orbs, but our total profit, making up that difference and then continuing to actually turn a profit, would have been 24 divine orbs on this test if I sell everything as is. I'm not going to, but that's like Yeah. The commands are working. I can see that they worked. Right above you, you can see that they worked. So yeah, I'm not going to actually sell them all at market value. We are totally going to Valor the shit out of all of this just for content, and that'll be at the end of the video. Yeah, that's basically how the math ended up from our last
Another
test.
democratic soldier for the cause.
For those that were curious about how all of that played out and if it was worth it or not. If you just wanted the answer on is it worth it to buy breachstones and run breachstones in bulk, the answer is yes. It'll just about always be worth it. You would have to get very, very unlucky for it to not turn a profit. If you were able to complete T4 breach boss, of course. Like, we're not talking about T1 breach boss. We're talking about beating the hardest difficulty version of him. So yeah. All right. So let's play the game. I haven't actually gotten to play the game since last stream. I've just been a hideout warrior doing all of that math, trying to get the video together. And then I got distracted making the Rage Gaming video. So I have not played a single moment of the game since, basically. Outside of, like, I helped my buddy Loopy get his warrior together for his stream today because he wanted to play something new, and we had a really cursed combined idea. He's going to be playing a Thorns. He's going to be playing Cast on Thorns warrior on stream today, and it's going to be super funny. We, like, cooked it all night last night to get it into a usable position. It's just some funny shit. He just stands around and everything dies. Can do T15 maps. Funny stuff. Yeah, true. I've been investing in armor scraps all weekend. That's why I haven't left my hideout. You're right. There's also been that. That's also why I have no divines. It's all in my armor scraps. You've made it in the PoE community. Lily reacted to your video. I saw that. That was funny. Yeah, I saw that she reacted to my video, and now it's a YouTube video on her channel. I commented on it as well. I was actually in the chat while she was reviewing it, or while she was reacting. Because someone had told me it was happening. Like, coming from Helldivers 2, I've seen so much bad content, or just people that make content for the sake of drawing a paycheck. Like, it's nothing new. But that Rage Gaming video was something different. That wasn't just, like, made to turn a profit. That was made with the... almost with malicious intent. Because there was zero quality control. There was zero effort to validate the information given. There was no proofreading. No one watched that video through a single time before posting it. And it's just, like, so offensively bad to be adjacent to as someone who actually gives a shit about their content that, like, it was impossible for me to not say something about it. And, like, again, there are bad content creators everywhere. Like, there are plenty of bad Helldivers content creators. And aside from, like, a couple snide remarks or a community post or two, I never really said anything about it. Because, like, they're not really hurting anybody with their content. They're not, like, actually... Well, I mean, most of them aren't outright lying to people. The only one that is outright lying isn't, like, some huge channel or anything, or this big medium. Like, people know that he lies to people. It's not some well-kept secret. But this was a channel with, like, 1.3 million subscribers. There are people that'll watch a video like that, and they'll take it at face value just because of the pedigree of, like, oh, this guy has so many subs. how could he ever not know what he's talking about, right? Like, that's dangerous. That's a dangerous power for someone to have whenever they just don't give a shit. That's not like a channel with 20K subs making a misinforming video, where people might not take it at face value, or they might doubt the information. How rare are divines? Pretty damn rare. The math behind rare finds kind of interesting. It makes me feel pretty good about not really caring about it. As long as you're juicing your maps and have a little bit of rare find, it's pretty much all the same. And I've got a bit of rare find just because of the build I'm playing. Like, my Thief's Torment provides me a little bit of rare find. I don't really care to have more than that. I feel like I get plenty of currency. Now, I don't main Breach. I think if I mained Breach, I would probably go more all out with rarity than I do. That would probably make sense. But, like, rare find has very little impact on things like Delirium and Ritual. My rare find's 39%. It's just on my ring. The time-space anomaly, I mean, it's pretty much nothing burger until something actually happens. I'm pretty sure it's just their way of saying the Illuminated Invasion is on its way soon. But it doesn't really tell us anything more than that. My struggle with the build is that having 70% plus acrobatics seems impossible. Well, it isn't. I mean, I'm at 74%, which is much more than 70% because of diminishing returns without the tailwind stack. Stack the tailwind to 80%. It's very possible. It's so possible, in fact, that I helped someone with their build on a 2.5 div budget. Bought them an entire new set of gear with that budget, and managed to get them into the acrobatics required and 2,000 maximum life. So it is absolutely 100% entirely possible for anyone to get to that point. Know when the next league is? No. No idea when the next league is. The only thing we know about the next league is they intend to keep their same cadence from PoE 1, which is I believe it was like 3 to 4 months is what they gave. 3 to 4 months per league for the early access. We're likely still going to be here for a little while. How can I up my shock chance? More damage, mostly. Shock chance is the kind of thing where you just get enough of it all of a sudden, all at once. You just keep stacking damage, and then one day, all of a sudden, you're throwing a million balls of lightning. More than 50 monsters remain. That's crazy. Thief's Torment, Hand of Wisdom, yeah. That would be nice if they drop more classes in the next DA League, yeah. Normally a little more than 3 months. Yeah. The only thing I know is the cadence is meant to be the same from the first game. Just 3 to 4 month leagues. Sup Rage Gaming super fans. Yeah, I'm his #1 fan. I've probably studied and analyzed that video more than any other human being on the planet, so maybe I am his fan. That spent like, that took me pretty much all day to make. Longer, really. I think it took me more than a full day worth of, like, putting that video together. All the editing involved, etc. Doomsday clock counting down to the anniversary day of the game. Yeah, that sounds about right. My prediction for a while has been there's probably going to be something going down on the anniversary. Anniversary and the end of this month. End of the month is going to be a war bond for sure. And then anything past that, I mean, we'll have to just wait and see. Share my game settings, 4090, but my game doesn't look nearly as good as yours, and my FPS drops to 70 to 19 when I spam Lightning Rod. I mean, my FPS, like, drops sometimes due to Lightning Rod. It does happen. Yeah, these are my current settings. I didn't actually mess with them at all. I just kind of started up the game and ran with it. You probably pause and like look it over if necessary. Oops. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. I don't think I actually have like very many good maps left because I haven't had any time to replenish the stock from the last time we did stuff. Yeah, this looks fine. What's up, Phase Shifter? How you doing? Yeah, getting Druid in the game would be good. It is weird how there just isn't a strengthened character. But also, at the same time, I think they need to get armor sorted out to be valuable. I think that's kind of important for the Druid's debut in that aspect, right? If they don't, it's going to be kind of unfortunate. Can you share game settings? Made one divine after 1,000 hours thanks to their guide of just looting wisdom scroll. Did they actually, like... I haven't watched all of their content. Have they ever actually given looting wisdom scrolls as a tip? There's no way, right? No one's that psycho. The hideouts, the drip out, it kind of is, yeah. I'm not super proud that I have that. I'm not super proud that I have the hideout. But we're gonna say it's a write-off and leave it at that. Yeah, we've also incorporated Olroth's Resolve into the build, which is kind of OP for an evasion character that normally has no ES. Because as long as I keep killing things and we keep popping our flasks, we pretty much have a 1,500 life shield that's guarding our actual life on top of the 80% evasion that works against all attacks. Pretty great, very comfortable. Haven't really gotten a chance to mess with it too much yet, though. Probably going to be the most I've gotten to play with it. And the other thing that's a little awkward about it is you have to be missing a little bit of life to pop it. Sometimes you don't. I don't know why, but I've put life tap on my voltaic mark just so I can drop my life a little bit so that I can drink the flask. Yeah, market expenses. Can you show skill tree and gems? I mean, I can, yeah. My Mobilytics build is also pinned to the top of the chat if you want to check it out there. That's an option. But I can show it real quick if we want to look. It's like not the worst tool ever, but I don't know. We're basically past the point of anything below perfect selling for anything. Yeah, we'll do that one next. Hey, Ervin, streaming figured out something that you can totally add to your build guide if you ever want to improve it. Adding quality to Wind Dancer is key to breaking the 70% evasion with acro. Maybe it's obvious, but well, I mean, I guess I could include a section talking about qualitying. I think I talk about quality in the starter variant of the build. Do I not? I think I do. I don't know. Anyway, we can talk about the skill tree a little bit. I did change it a little bit. And the reason I've changed it is because of Alroth's resolve. The biggest thing that's changed is these 4 have been removed. And instead, I'm crossing here through combat alchemy to make my flask 40% more effective, because that's making the Alroth shield 40% bigger. And then still getting Blur the same as I was before, but I've taken these 4 points out. I've used those 4 points. I'm not like sold on this yet, but I put them in freedom of movement because technically freedom of movement gives 5% more evasion than doing this node and cat-like agility. So these could still be moved. I don't really know what I want to do with them right at this moment. And I thought about it for like probably about an hour, and then I'm like, I really need to actually do something other than look at these 2 points on my passive tree. So I just kind of left them as is for now. But yeah, I guess I optimized that a little bit just to get myself more flask recovery. The flask recovery is also nice for the mana flask. And this is really about the same as it was. I don't think I've changed anything up here. The only thing that's like notably worse is there's 1 point less in the weapon sets right now. So I've taken out Sharp Sight on the bossing setup, and I've taken out 1 8% area of effect node. And that's how I was able to get these. And I feel like that's relatively worth it. But obviously you wouldn't do that if you didn't have Alroth's resolve. The amount of time you spent staring at 2 nodes, yeah. You cover quality in earlier builds? Okay, nice. Yeah, I figured I covered quality at some point. I felt like I included it somewheres. I've also added ultra late game as a tab in the Mobilytics guide. So the endgame tab is like, it covers everything you need to beat all content in the game. The ultra endgame is you are just making currency and you want to throw currency at the build to see how big you can get the numbers for the sake of doing it for fun. That's basically the point of the ultra endgame tab. So that's why the Alroth's resolve appears in ultra endgame, because it's obviously an extremely expensive flask. And I also talk about my megalomaniac jewel, and I talk about the against the darkness jewel. As I believe all of those are very unnecessary to complete all content, like they're very unnecessary optimizations. I did everything before I ever had any of that stuff. But, you know, for those that just want to take it that bit further, there is now a section of the guide for that. Yeah, 1 second Zesht kill versus 0.5. That's like what the point of it is, yeah. That's basically where it ends up being. It just like doesn't really matter anymore, but you know, you got the currency, you might as well spend it, right? What do I want from my tablet here? Probably item quantity. I'm not going to use anything too great because I feel like this actually isn't going to reach that many. You know, I'll just do this one. I don't think it's going to reach very many maps from here. It didn't even, okay, it didn't even irradiate the only map I wanted it to. Maybe I should have used a big one. Skill issue. Not related to PoE. Did you see the gravitational anomaly thing in Helldivers? Theories? I mean, the theory is it just means that the second wave of Illuminate is coming soon. Like, they're actually going to complete the faction instead of them being 4 units. That would be my guess.
Charged arrow.
I'm sure there's like 10 videos about it already on YouTube. Even though it's completely nothing burger news, that means absolutely nothing of people just giving their theories. And the theory is just always the same of, yeah, the faction that they didn't complete is going to be completed. Yeah, that's my thoughts on it. This could be good. He's taking a sabbatical and then working on their next game. Interesting. Is that real?
Fury.
Announced on Twitter. It's kind of surprising he's going to start focusing on a new game only a year into the live service. I mean, I know that live service games don't typically even make it through year 1, but like, it still kind of surprises me that that's where his head's at.
Out of mana.
Oh, nothing good. Nothing. We're like cursed. Pretty much never get anything out of Ritual on stream. It only ever happens off stream. Kind of nuts. Magicka divers confirmed. I would definitely play a Magicka-inspired Helldivers. Although I would say the original Helldivers one is just Magicka, but Helldivers. Might want to get away from the drama around Helldivers this year and start fresh. Oh, Pilestead? I think the only way he's going to get away from anything when it comes to the gaming industry is if they don't cooperate with Sony on the next title. If you're in bed with Sony, drama will follow you. It doesn't matter what game you're working on.
An easy trophy. Thunderous shot.
Divine Orb. I feel like running out of map to kill here.
Take this.
And now the part of Breach that sucks. It's like really hard to care about Breach Splinters anymore when these things are probably down to like 1/6 of an Exalt, and isn't it like 300 Exalts for a Divine? I feel like I should just hide these at this point.
What luck.
Yeah. Next, top 5 best currency farm strats. Grab 1 Breach Splinter at a time off the ground. Transfer them 6 at a time into an Exalted Orb. Transfer those Exalted Orbs 300 at a time into 1 Divine. Easy, best farm strat. Still more valid than telling people to do armor scraps, to be fair. Ow.
Storming arrow.
Map's done. Elon start. Share your build. It's pinned. My Mobalytics guide is pinned to the top of the chat.
What is it?
And there's also a 58-minute video on my channel going over my build. And I would say that's probably the short version. I definitely could have kept going. Despite my best attempts to cover absolutely everything within that guide, there were still things that people pointed out I could have added later that are now in the Mobalytics guide. Love to start a new character at level 97. You could probably get back to like 90 though, and probably like a day, right? Speed run, especially if someone can just like bring you into a T15 map. Will this work on a Widow Hail setup? You can Widow Hail through like Cruel Campaign, but it's gonna fall off, and you're gonna be better off using a real bow. Like, you can do it just so you don't have to adjust your stuff as much throughout campaign. That's really where the value is as far as Widow Hail. Do this one. I just switched to your build from Dual Heralds, performing very well with my terrible gear. Just struggling with survivability right now. The survivability hurdle with my build, and I've tried to kind of curve this with the Mobalytics guide. I haven't made a video on the starter version now. So like when I actually began playing Path of Exile 2, I made a starter build guide. But that was past me. Future me that now understands the game far better has made a starter guide that is text-based only on the Mobalytics that I have never actually used to play through the campaign. But in hindsight, I feel it would be far better than the way I did play through the campaign. So I was actually planning on doing a new character in like sort of an SSF kind of playthrough through the campaign to make a new updated beginner version. But that is the core reason why in the Mobalytics, in the starter variant, you start this build off as a hybrid evasion ES character. And then once you can make the shift to being above 70% evasion with acrobatics, that's when you ditch the ES. Because I feel like before you can run acrobatics, hybrid's better. But once you can acrobat's better. Especially in campaign. The thing about campaign is like every single boss in the game does physical damage and does physical slams that completely negate evasion. So if you're a pure evasion character in campaign, every time you get to a boss fight, you suffer. You just get one shot if you get hit. Which obviously sucks. So yeah, hybrid through campaign. Yeah, what do you guys think about how Chaos Orbs are just going to become the new golden standard of currency exchanging over Exalted? I feel like it just makes sense. Isn't it like what happened in PoE 1 as well, for the most part? Chaos Orbs is what people value things in, not Exalted Orbs. Yeah, I saw Sir Gog point out how it stayed 50-1 despite all of the inflation. Like, Chaos Orbs are still 50-1 to this day with Divine Orbs.
Storming Arrow.
While Exalted Orbs are continuing to become less and less valuable. So it only makes sense that we're one day going to transition to just trading for Chaos Orbs. 4 divines, and that's it. And exalteds will just be like crap currency. Lesser jeweler orbs part 2 basically. As far as evaluation. That actually hit me kind of hard. I was missing 1100 shield there.
I don't have enough mana. Too weak, too slow. No mana.
Add a new orb? No, probably not. Exalts for, well, they could still add the orbs that people want from PoE 1, right? Like, can we please have scrying back for the love of God? Exalts were rare though, so it was like one exalt was 15C, but they want people making gambling more gear in PoE 2, so they upped the drop. Yeah, that's like kind of what I remembered. So I feel like we're just going to go back to Chaos Orbs being what people care about compared to Exalts. Bad.
Now this will come in handy.
Yeah, if you are 35% with Acrobat, definitely do not run Acrobat. You should only run Acrobat if you can be at 70% without your Tailwind stacked with Wind Dancer active. Also make sure to quality Wind Dancer. Qualitying Wind Dancer makes it 33% better.
Barely broke a sweat. Fury. I need more mana.
Greetings, Ghost Archers. What's up, Abigail? Skill effect, so I can change it. Yeah, it'd be nice to have empty access for skill effects. Although I think I kind of like the way the lightning looks already. I don't think I would change it. I might make it red. If I was allowed to make it red, I might make it red. Pub Guns, Lightning Arrow, hybrid with Life and ES Helm. I have. But Pub Gun also does Herald of Ice, which I don't really agree with Herald of Ice. I feel like
Now
if
this
you
will come
don't have a
handy.
mirror bow, you're better off not doing Herald of Ice as a Deadeye. I also don't think hybrid ES makes
Storming
sense.
Arrow.
As like, the only reason hybrid ES would make sense is if you're trying to get a lot of rarity, I guess, would be the only reason, but you're still going to be less survivable than if you were full evasion in the long run. Green lightning.
I need more mana. Quick and lethal.
No, there isn't any skins for skills yet.
Go on.
Could be something.
Until next time.
Like not terrible. Another siphoning wand.
I'll be here, waiting.
Probably gonna have storage issues pretty soon. Like I said, I haven't had any time to play, so everything's kind of screwed as far as my storage situation. Darth Maul lightsaber for quarter stuff would be kind of funny. Oh, I lost my resurgence. Something had to have tapped me pretty hard. I didn't even notice I was missing resurgence. Gotta sleep. Have a good stream. Later, Phase. Have a good night, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Barely broke a sweat.
AFK poison build, Pathfinder, poison decompose, unique boots, auto bomber. Any other good build suggestion with chaos build that can do a walking simulator? The only other walking simulator build that I'm aware of at the moment is Cast on Thorns, and Loopy is going to be showing that off today on his stream. I don't know if he's live yet or not. If there's another way to do auto bombing,
What luck?
I'm not currently aware of it. Although I would say the part that's like most interesting about auto casting with thorns, you really do actually press no buttons. Like Zheng Run's auto bomber requires you to dodge, requires you to blink. Cast on thorns, you literally do nothing and things die. You just passively block attacks and things die. So it is true zero button. It will absolutely be nerfed just because of the concept. And it's not as powerful as auto bombing with cast on dodge, obviously. But conceptually, it is hilarious that you can play the game by not playing the game with it. at all. Just the fact that you can do it at all is funny.
Too weak, too slow.
No, I do not mean decompose. I mean cast on thorns. I am talking about a way to walking simulator without cast on dodge, without temporalis. Just walking around, things hit you, and they die because they hit you. Is this game worth the $30 to play early? I mean, I like PoE 1, but I also didn't play it super hard. I would say it's worth $30 to play early. The thing about PoE 2 early access is if you buy into one of the packs, you get the equivalent in-game gold that your pack is worth. And Path of Exile is at its core a free-to-play in quotes game. If you reach endgame, you absolutely are going to need some tabs. And if you buy an early access pack, you'll have enough gold for some tabs. And that's money that you would have spent at endgame anyway. So you might as well play the early access at that point.
Now this will come in handy.
Decompose Ranger worth it at endgame? I have no idea. I haven't played it. What I will say though is nobody should ever invest currency if they care about that currency into a build that promises to play the game for them. If it's a build that is going to require you to play the game very little, whether that be a 1-button build or a 0-button build, allegedly, you should not invest into that build. If you care about that currency, it will be nerfed, it will be removed. It's not something you're going to get to do forever. So if you're here for a good time, not a long time, sure, you know, invest in auto bombing builds if you want to enjoy it while you can. But just know that it's not long for this world. It embodies exactly what they're removing.
Too weak, too slow.
Corpse Wade is a walking simulator too. What's up, boss? Hey there, Swarm Die. Helldiver Super needs you? I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure there's still absolutely nothing happening right at this moment in Helldivers. There might be something that happens soon, and they're teasing that something is going to happen soon, but there's absolutely nothing of interest happening right this moment in Helldivers. I can say that with a high degree of certainty. That one kind of sucks. We maybe get something better. Ew, damage is chaos. This map sucks. That one's going into Elon's maps. All right, rarity. Man, actually, item rarity. That won't show up. Okay. Sure, give me item quantity then. Oh no, wait, I didn't spell it right because I'm stupid. Quantity. There we go. Yeah, we'll do this. Wait, that's ailment threshold. The bad one. Do this one. Penetrate resistance and monster damage. It's fine. The righteous fart. That's the name of the build. I can respect that. Aramir, the fun part knowing about why it's your video about rag gaming and you make a proof for me for how much I hate that channel from other games. Yeah, I mean, Rage Gaming sucks. He does. Specifically Hollow above all else. But anyway, how do I gear myself up for survival in the ultra late game? Well, currently I'm at 80% evasion all stacked up with Acrobat, so only 20% of attacks hit me in general, whatever they may be. And besides that, I've started using Olroth's Resolve, which you can't use it when you're at full HP, but I have Life Tap on my Voltaic Mark. So I can Life Tap and then sip the Olroth's Resolve. I watched the second season of Castlevania Nocturne. And that gives you 1545 guard that gets reduced before your HP, which really helps with one-shot prevention. So you can keep this rolling pretty much all day long as you keep killing stuff. And I've switched out my belt to a wide belt for increased flask charge gain. This isn't the best belt in the world. I didn't have a lot of currency to throw at it, but yeah, that's more or less how I've organized things to give myself a bit more survivability in the ultra endgame. I feel like utilizing Olroth's Resolve. I think the only thing that I had a hard time surviving in was Simulacrum. And I think Olroth's Resolve probably helps a lot there because a lot of it is just being insta-bursted by having bad modifiers in play. Like, I could do Simulacrums, but they weren't comfortable. I think it's probably a bit more comfortable now that I have Olroth's Resolve. That's about the only thing I've done for more survivability. Down for a simulacrum or two later. Could potentially play some simulacrums. Ranger still gets 2-shot by some bosses. T16, T18. Well, at the end of the day, you're an evasion character, right? Like, if you get unlucky, the answer is always just evasion isn't there to make sure you don't die. Evasion is there if you happen to like make an error. There's a really good chance that that error does not become fatal. So sometimes you just get unlucky and die, and there's not really any getting around that. It's this kind of thing where, like, the grass looks greener on the other side when it comes to energy shield, but in reality, energy shield builds will just instead, in those situations, get hit 100% of the time, get stunned, and then die anyway. So it kind of ends up at the same result. It's just evasion 70-80% of the time, will just not have that scenario happen to begin with because you'll have evaded the attack. But yeah, if you want to take survivability further than just evasion, definitely hybrid is not the answer. Just go for Allroth's Resolve Flask. And then if you're recognizing you are going into a situation where you could take some damage, pop the flask, put up the guard, and, you know, something then is going to have to hit you like 3,500 in order to take you down. All in one hit. And if that doesn't happen, this build has insane life on hit, where you're basically just constantly either full or dead. You are full, stunned, or dead. Those are the only states of being.
I need more mana.
And sometimes stunned and then dead. Thoughts you can share about what'll be good to get on that enormous, huge map layout? Map layout? Not sure what you mean. Talking about the Atlas? Like what to do with your Atlas? I have my Atlases put into my Mobalytics guide at the bottom, if that's what we're talking about. There's a bug on Monsters Gain Energy Shield mod is not granting you XP. Wait, what? I don't know about that. Can you share your armor? Like my chest armor? My chest armor is pretty OP. I paid like 20 divine orbs for this armor. It's got a really good life roll, but then it's also got more evasion than is physically possible normally thanks to the corruption. I think the body armor brought me from 78% evasion all buffed up to the 80%. Before that, I was below 80. Evasion has some crazy diminishing returns, but the other side of the coin is every point of evasion you get is more valuable than the last. Like going from 78% to 79% is more valuable than going from 77 to 78, so on and so forth. So it's still good to keep pumping evasion. Although I don't think I could realistically get any higher than where I am now. I could maybe get up to 82, and that's going to be the absolute maximum. When do the greater jewelers start dropping? I need to upgrade skills. I don't know the exact level, but if I had to guess, it would probably be either level 75 maps or level 80 maps. Like, for example, I know you can't get level 20 skill gems below a level 80 map. It's physically impossible. I imagine there's a similar breakpoint for Perfect Jeweler, but I do not know that to be certain. Actually, wait, I don't think there's actually a level limit on Perfect Jeweler, is there? Or if there is, it's probably set pretty low. I could have swore I saw Lily get a Perfect Jeweler earlier. I don't remember what map level she was playing on. I think it was like 7, though. 7, 8. Yeah, I'm probably wrong about that. I don't know the exact level that it becomes available. We're done, right? Yeah, map done. D4, I know they dropped there. Yeah, there's probably just no limit then. It's probably just random. Yeah, no level cap on the jeweler.
Yes.
There's a level requirement for level 20 skill gems, but there's no level requirement for perfects. I almost spread some misinformation there. Haha, my bad. think I'm running out of rituals that I have set up. I hate augury. I've probably hovered this node like 3 or 4 times. I'm just like, I don't want to play augury, and then I keep looking, go somewhere else. Oasis, it's better. I wish I had had time to finish the breach video and sell off all of those resources so we could do some more boss testing today. That was my goal, but it just kind of didn't happen that way. We're kind of just doing a filler stream now, doing some mapping. Next time we'll do some more testing, or we'll do like expedition testing or something. When I have my currency back. Currently all invested in armor scraps. I heard they're going to the moon though. So once that happens, we'll reinvest our money into doing something fun. Although I don't know if the ritual video is gonna actually make it to 2,000 likes for the Stellar Amulet. For the expedition guide, we'll see. I might make it anyway though, just to have like every mechanic covered.
Nice.
Armor scraps dig will never get old. No, it's gonna be a meme forever. If I have anything to say about it, the Rage Gaming meme will never die. It's going to be as legendary as the Elon Musk memes. I have 100% joined the crusade against misinformation on the internet.
An easy trophy.
Not that I normally enjoy making fun of other people or anything. It's just Rage Gaming is this unique combination of both completely deserving of it and completely 100% able to take it. Like, man owns a YouTube channel with 1.3 million subscribers. He absolutely is not hurt by some words. Although maybe that's not true. I heard he deleted a lot of comments. A lot of comments. Sunglasses in the middle of the night. Yeah, that was such a good idea. 100% YouTube should have community notes. YouTube would be a way better place with community notes. If you post anything that someone would consider informative content on YouTube, you should have to have community notes of it, like, available. That should 100% be something. That happens. I would love to see that change. We need to go in the opposite direction of deleting the dislike button from visibility. Not only should dislikes be visible, but you should have to have community notes enabled to make informative content on the platform. So if you say something completely wrong, the community has the power to correct it. I think that's only fair. Considering no matter what the community writes in community notes, you still got to draw a paycheck from your content regardless, right? Like, the least you can do is allow the community to correct your misinformation at that point. There's an extension that lets viewers submit alternative titles for a video. That sounds really funny. How widely used is that? I've never heard of that before. Wasted tons of divines buying gear thinking it was an upgrade just to lower my DPS. Any tips? There's a new Ultra Endgame tab on Mobalytics. Yep. There is. Any tips to stop wasting divines on items that you feel are upgrades? Well, POB does have most of its functionality. Some stuff doesn't work. I feel like if you were investing multiple divines into an item you were unsure whether it would be an upgrade or not, it would probably be worth putting your build into POB so you could directly compare the numbers before you commit to the buy. I would say that that's probably the most reliable way on a case-by-case basis to avoid scamming yourself. Not super widely, but enough that popular videos will have alternative titles and thumbnails. Some of yours do, actually. Ghost Diver's Guide to the Galaxy is stealth tutorial for Helldivers 2 with the extension installed. Oh, that's interesting. That makes me a little bit sad because I'd rather it just be known as ghost diving, but that's fine, I suppose. That is what it is from a pragmatic, practical standpoint. So fair enough.
On our side.
Figure that out later. They're not actually a divine anymore, but there was a brief moment where people were paying more than a divine for them. I think it's probably because someone just decided to buy absolutely every single one of them, if I had to guess. And it just marked up the price for a little bit. As things are continuing to fluctuate, I think they're sitting somewhere around 150x now a piece. User submitted titles can lack flavor a little. Usually helps you know what to click. Yeah, it's fair. Makes sense. Makes sense. I hate this. Can we fix this happening? Like, why do these two not connect? Why does all of this disconnect? Why is this a dead end? This makes me so unhappy when I reach dead ends like this that just make no sense and make it look like the Atlas map was just AI generated. That needs to be fixed. I hate that. PoE2 has Path of Building. POB2 is live. It's just like not entirely functional yet. Some stuff is not feature complete. We're gonna do a little bit of traversal, I think, towards some of these citadels that I have. Kind of out of good ritual spots.
You are being controlled by greater force.
Storm point. Quick and lethal.
I forgot to change my tree for a mirror, but whatever. Mirrors kind of suck no matter what. Line orb.
Now this will come in handy.
Sick. 2 of those so far. Have you done an Arbiter on stream? We killed every Arbiter on stream. Although that was before they buffed him. Stuck. The fog needs to move. Fog, move. No, 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 no. I think I got back in time. Yeah, it ends right there. Gotta go this way. It's such a hassle to care about this mechanic, and it's so unrewarding. They desperately need to improve the mirrors. Higher power levels, have you considered running another skill instead? There isn't really anything to run. Everything is unnecessary. There's nothing that's necessary. If you've reached the point where you're one-shotting pinnacle bosses before you would even consider needing to electrocute them, you've won the game.
Now this will come
What
in
is
handy.
left to even consider at that point? Can I explain my life blast? Olroth's Resolve gives you, the way I have it set up, 1,500 guard. Guard is basically very similar to Energy Shield in the way that it is subtracted before your health or Energy Shield is impacted by damage. So it's effectively an extra shield. And it is on a 10-second duration after I pop it. Every time I drink from the flask, I give myself a 1,500 HP shield. That would need to be damaged and cut through before my health would be damaged, which helps prevent one-shots, basically. Considering I'm a full evasion build, the biggest fear with evasion is just being hit hard enough that you instantly die. This makes it so as long as my flask is popped, something would have to, instead of hitting me for 2300 to instantly kill me, would need to hit me for 3800 to instantly kill me. It's quite a lot better. And I've switched to a wide belt so that I generate more flask charges than before, which helps me upkeep the 10-second duration throughout maps. You can't really keep it up 24/7 unless you have an extremely dense map, but for the most part, you can keep it up in any situation where you're like, I could actually take enough damage to die here. Makes things a bit more comfy. Very expensive flask, which is why it only appears in the ultra late game version of my build. And I've only recently started running it. But yeah. If someone wants even more survivability once they're already past like 75% evasion with acrobatics on, then the answer is to get an Allroth's Resolve flask. When you spam Ball Lightning, do you experience insane lag? Not like insane lag. Every once in a while, if I get enough procs, it will lag a little bit, but not like crazy lag. Where's where I'm going? Towards a citadel. I'm missing the first part of that. When do divine orbs usually start dropping? I don't think I got a divine orb drop until I was doing... My first divine orb drop was back whenever I would farm Trial of Sekhmet. And I would sell the runs to people for exalted orbs. Basically, I would sell carry service through Trial of Sekhmet for some exalted orbs, and that's how I made my initial capital. I think my first divine orb dropped from that, and I only ever got one from all of it. I didn't really start seeing many divine orb drops until I started doing like T15, T16 mapping. So definitely just kind of scales up as you get higher and higher difficulty in mapping. And of course, you know, having higher rarity, higher item quantity helps a lot. It's a very important factor. Even if you don't have much rarity on your gear, it's actually just as important or more important that you have rarity on your maps, rarity on your waystones, and on your precursor tablets. Because the rarity and quantity and stuff on your tablets and on your waystones is multiplicative with the rarity that you have on your character. Based on what I have seen on the subject. So it's not even like that bad of a thing to have no rarity on your character, as long as you have rarity on your waystones, because there's some pretty steep diminishing returns past like 10, or not 10. There's pretty steep diminishing returns past like 100% rarity. And 100% rarity can easily be achieved on just waystones and precursor tablets. No problem. Thanks. Still have. I don't know what I want to use it on. Are you playing SSF, Sarge? I need to delirium this real quick. Oh, then you probably won't realistically use the divine on anything. Probably just use it to get upgrades.
Storm point.
It is worth like 300 exalted orbs now, after all. Yeah, if I want to lag myself, the fastest way for me to do it is to pop barrage and then shoot a rare. Like you can see a tinge of lag every time I do that, I imagine. I hate burning ground with all Ross's though. Keep losing HP, goes through the guard. Also, not to beat the dead horse, but I saw a really funny comment. I didn't actually pick up on this whenever I watched through his video, but someone pointed out to me that Rage Gaming doesn't even like have a skill set that makes sense for a Lightning Arrow Deadeye. And I wasn't really sure what they meant, but then when I looked closer, the guy randomly, for some reason, has Lightning Conduit on his bar. Like he's a spellcaster. And I thought that was really weird. I didn't catch that until someone pointed that out in the comments.
What luck.
Although at the same time, it probably wasn't worth ragging on him for, because, I mean, he could have just been, like, trying something, right? I'm sure that's not in a build guide video somewhere. Hopefully not. There's no way he did, like, a Lightning Arrow Deadeye build guide where he said, run Lightning Conduit, it's OP, guys. That'd be insane. Soul Gladiator, thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate the support. Wanted to swap from Pub's ESEV hybrid build he was going on, and was wondering if I didn't want to run Thieves for mapping, would that gimp this build's clear speed or damage?
I need more mana.
So, if you don't run Thief's Torment, the biggest hurdle you'll have to get over is I do not disable my cast on shock during mapping. It provides a lot of additional clear speed as far as rares. Like a lot of extra clear speed as far as rares. So not running Thief's Torment during mapping is going to require some very good mana on kill rolls probably, primarily. And even then you might bottom out on mana if the rare is spicy enough, or just depending on your damage. But honest to God, there's just no need to run another set of rings instead of Thief's Torment. Will you have higher top end damage? Yes. Do you need that extra damage? Absolutely not. There's pretty much no comfier scenario than just having Thief's Torment on, not caring about mana at all, blasting every rare you see with the click of a button because the balls of lightning will not stop firing until it dies. You'll never run out of mana. And yeah, the game just kind of looks like this. Very comfy. Now, could I have some breach rings right now? Probably. Would this look any different? No. Kind of what it comes down to.
That's quite nice.
There's a cost to everything at the end of the day. Nothing in this world for free. You guys like that song? I like that song. Went from nothing to getting divs and able to end game. Thank you. That's hype, Soul Gladiator. Glad it worked out for you, man. Did you do anything to resolve the cast on shock lag issue? I mean, I just lag sometimes. Like if I barrage a rare, it probably gives me a tick of lag. I don't have a 4090, I have a 4080 super, but I mean, they're pretty much the same thing, right? Pretty close. There isn't really any resolving it to my knowledge. Well, there might be a way to resolve it, right? Like I just haven't tried because I don't really lag. I've had no reason to look into it. But if I was, I would absolutely have looked into it at some point. I kind of take the lag as part of the build. It's kind of funny breaking the game to the point where you're just getting framed because of how many interactions you're causing. I find that's really funny. So if I do actually get enough interactions and procs to lag the game, I kind of enjoy that. Hope you're having fun. I am, Vic. Thanks for stopping by. Overabundance Unleash on your Orb of Storms is causing you to put 2 down with 1 cast. They're stacked on top of each other. If you wanted to put 2 down in 2 different places, you could get rid of Unleash. If you wanted, but it's like more efficient for bossing DPS to just be able to put them both down in the same spot together in 1 cast, right? Yeah, they're just stacked directly on top of each other is all.
What is it? Until next time.
I got an armor scrap, boys. Huge. Actually, wait, what am I doing? Now that would take up a lot of space. I don't know if that meme's worth it. Especially because it's not gonna auto stack there. How crazy is the damage jump with Wisdom of Action? Very, very high. Here, I'll show you. So without Hands of Wisdom in action,
Nature's fury.
my unbuffed damage is 53k. With Hands of Wisdom in action, 79.7k. A massive increase in DPS. I don't think 9 is like... Man, couldn't you have given me a good multiple to do this on? Yeah, it's... Oh wait, that should do it, right? 11? 9 to 11? I mean, I can, but that's like... There you... Okay. Well, that sucks. How did that happen? Alright, whatever. It didn't want to do it. I think that's still the same, though. Yeah, my bow hasn't changed. My bow's still the same. What would you say the best way to get better gear? Just play until I have the currency to afford better pieces? Typically, yeah. You can try to roll stuff. Like if I were to give an example of a way you could potentially try to roll a bow, it's not a terrible idea if you have essences. Once you collect white bases for expert dual strings or, you know, magic and rare dual strings. Obviously, if you have these, you just kind of have to roll them up raw. But if you have a normal base of a bow, you potentially use like either electric essence. Electric essence, I'm pretty certain guarantees that you have a lightning roll to start with, but lightning is not a heavy weight, so it's not really worth doing that over starting with like a physical roll. The physical rolls have more difficult weights to acquire. Also, some of the physicals that you can get are extremely good starting points. So you would do like either a physical modifier to start or a essence of electricity to start, and then you would roll it up from there. And if the weapon is looking like it has a lot of promise as you're about to roll into rare, then you could use a greater essence at that point to try and double down. But typically, most players are just going to, as this is Trade League, be getting their upgrades by just getting enough currency to buy their upgrades. And if you are good at utilizing like weighted sum on the trade site, you can get some very good deals on Ranger gear, especially with my build. That's kind of something that's nice about the full Lightning Arrow Ranger compared to the more popular, more talked about Fub Gun Lightning Arrow. Is Fub Gun does cold damage, so all of his stuff has cold damage on it. All of my stuff is just lightning damage, so it's less popular, it's less expensive, it's easier to gear. I think that's like, that advantage can't be understated compared to a build that's that much more widespread in popularity. How much cheaper you can get upgrades because it's pure lightning instead of cold lightning. Happen to have the right resist for the rest of my gear yesterday. Used all my luck. That's sick, though. I'm a noob. Completely forgot about essences. To be fair, if we read my tab, essences do indeed suck. Are your gems giving you that major DPS increase? Pretty similar gear and passes, but not all the gems. Gems are very big DPS increases. Here, we can take a look real quick. Also, Prophet of Humanity, thank you for the follow. And Soul Gladiator. And Stephen Strange. Like, we can see what some of my gems do. This is a very good gem. This is double attack speed, evasion, projectile damage. Typically, I try to make all of my jewels evasion, damage, attack speed, movement speed, or double attack speed. And that's like what I try to get on all of my jewels. So if we take a look at how much this jewel does, you know, it's like 4,000, yeah, 4,300 DPS, 4,350 DPS, somewhere around that margin. That's a lot for a jewel. All of my jewels are kind of kept to that standard for the most part. I've also got 2 quiver effect jewels that have 1 throwaway line, or even 2 throwaway lines. I actually still need to upgrade this one. That one has 2 throwaways. This one only has 1 throwaway. So a quiver effect of 20% between the two is ideal. And the spike from having the extra, you can see how big of a spike it is having that extra projectile level from hitting that break point. Like, this jewel is not that great. It's got 2 dead lines and a 15% projectile damage, but just because that quiver effect is reaching that 20% break point, this jewel is worth 7,000 DPS, 7.7k DPS. And then the biggest jewel on my board is my Against the Darkness Time Lost, which is 3% Chaos Res to small passives and 4% extra damage per notable. So this jewel, I play around pretty heavily at this late in the game. It's why it makes an appearance in the ultra late game setup. Even just taking something that ordinarily doesn't even give any damage, this 4% extra lightning damage is so OP that it's more valuable than doing most other things. We can see if you were to, this is actually a pretty nice example that you brought me this to look at right now. I'm using this because my Chaos Resist is dog water. Not that Chaos Resistance is particularly valuable, but it is nice to finally not have it be completely shit. I'm getting 27% Chaos Resistance out of this jewel. And we go to my skill panel. I'm also getting 10,000 DPS out of this jewel. If you decide you don't care about the Chaos Resistance and you want to run a Dexterity 4%, 4% extra lightning damage jewel, then you can see that the DPS is even higher, although noticeably not that much higher. It's 3,000 more DPS or so. So I would probably say the Chaos Resistance is better than doing this, but if for whatever reason you didn't care, you could do this instead. How much is the jewel? The jewel fluctuates, especially because I'm sitting here on a stream telling you guys about it. But if you want to know a good trick to buying this jewel, what you want to pay attention to is the difference in price between the lowest value jewel, and you want to pay attention to the value of the highest value jewel. So a 4% lightning, 3% chaos res perfect jewel. If I go to the trade site right now, because I haven't looked at this in a little bit, let's see. Against the darkness, extra lightning, chaos resistance. If we go look at it, it's for a perfect one right now. The cheapest is 12 divine orbs. So if we compare that to the most scuffed one that's available right now, they're as cheap as 5 divine orbs. There's 7 divines difference there. Now, if you're feeling lucky, you can buy one of these for 5 divine orbs and have it not be perfectly rolled yet, right? Not 3% chaos, not 4% lightning. And then it is a 16.6% chance when you use a divine orb on one of these, it's going to roll it to being perfect, which I think is about a 1 in 7. So basically, it's not worth the risk, and you're better off currently buying one for 12 divine orbs. But back when I got mine, the difference was 5 divine orbs for a bad one, and it cost 28 divine orbs for a perfect one. At that stage, it was better for me to buy one for 5 divs and try to roll it myself, because the chances were pretty good I was going to save some money. It came from the RG vid. Now I binged your guide vids. Thank you for the great content, man. Thanks for watching, Martin. Glad you enjoyed them and hope they help you out. I've been watching your ranger builds, and I'm wondering if I should prioritize evasion rating and energy shield over protection in the early game. Are you talking about over elemental resistances? If we're talking about elemental resistances, then I would say that elemental resistances don't become particularly super important until you're getting into cruel difficulty. And at that point, you really want to put some emphasis on getting some resistances. You don't want them to be negative. They don't need to be capped, but you definitely don't want them negative in cruel. If we're talking about armor, armor sucks. So I guess it depends on what we're talking about. Like, if we're talking about armor, then absolutely yes. ES and evasion is much better during campaign. If we're talking about resistances, then resistances start to be more important in cruel. 12 ain't bad. Yeah, 12 is actually a pretty good price for that jewel. Attack speed on bow sockets is better than physical damage. Attack speed on bow sockets. Okay, that it depends on your bow. My bow is very heavily weighted towards lightning damage. Like, I have a 1 to 157 lightning damage roll. I believe that's T9 lightning. Yeah, I have a T9 lightning roll. It's nearly a max roll. Compared to my physical damage on my bow, it's actually still pretty close on if physical runes are better than attack speed runes for this bow. But now that you can actually change your runes around, I've included in the mobilytics guide that it's a good idea if you have a very heavily elemental bow to just see for yourself which one gives you more DPS, whether that be attack speed or physical damage runes. You know, you can just experiment, switch them around. Some people, it might even be a case where one physical rune, one attack speed rune gives them the best DPS. That just depends on the bow you have. If your bow's more heavily weighted towards physical, you'll definitely be better off with physical runes. I can only craft perfect gear for other classes. That's, I mean, it's a good problem to have. You just sell them, no? All right, let's get back to playing. Let's do some more playing the game. Ooh. Ooh. Whoa. That's that's a that's a really good delirium roll, isn't it? Holy. That's hype, actually. I think we can actually put one more into that too. We can get like some really heavy delirium on this map. Yeah, I can get one more on it. 62% delirium, 2 unique modifiers, and 15% rare monster. That'll be good to use for a boss node. We'll save that one. That's nice though. You gotta love it when you just random drop nice maps with good delirium instilled in them for free. Ailment Thresh. This is a good one. We'll do this one.
How can I help?
Tried for the first time, level 80 logbook. The boss was on the map. The bomb bugged and could place any more than 3, and I had to trigger it without getting the boss. That's lame. That sucks, man. Lightning Warp? No, Lightning Warp is not useful. I've played with Lightning Warp. It is not useful. Shock Ground is useless because the boss is perma-shock because of what we are.
Storming
Shock
arrow.
Ground is only valuable on like Stormweavers that are trying to spam Conduit. Also, you're never going to truly actually outgrow Electrocuting Arrow. There are map bosses that are more powerful if you're playing at very high delirium percentage as far as survivability than the pinnacle bosses are. Because like 100% delirium, bosses take 20% damage. If you juice up a boss enough, it can absolutely be tankier than a pinnacle boss. And then Electrocuting Arrow has value again. I've seen it happen a couple different times. So even when you feel like you've outgrown Electrocuting Arrow, you haven't actually.
Too slow. What luck?
It's not like the map debuff that makes you take 20% more damage. Delirium is a scaling modifier to the amount of damage the enemies take and the amount of damage the enemies deal. So at 100% Delirium, enemies deal 30% more damage and only take 20% damage. And I believe it scales linearly, 1% up to 100 and then beyond. So 200% Delirium, I guess, would be... I don't know if linear was the right word there. It probably isn't, actually. But, like, if you were at 200% Delirium, then the enemies would only take 10% damage. And they would deal 60% more damage. I don't believe 200% Delirium is even physically possible, though. I think the absolute maximum is 150. Because that involves running triple instilled isolation. Which is something no one will actually ever do. But you could potentially, if you were really lucky, get it as a drop from your Delirium tree. When you add Delirium onto the maps, it adds Delirium mobs to the map and increases the percentage of mobs that generate as Delirium enemies. So you get additional Delirium enemies straight up, but also some of the enemies become Delirium demons that would otherwise have been normal enemies. So increasing the amount of Delirium on the map directly correlates to getting more Delirium splinters, i.e. more currency. That's the primary benefit of running Delirium. The other benefit of running Delirium is running Delirium adds more modifiers to your rares and to your boss,
Don't mind if I do.
which means more drops.
Take this.
Because of the special Delirium modifiers. Biggest reason that I run Delirium in addition to Ritual is it gives more enemies generated on the Ritual. And because there are more enemies generated on that Ritual, you know, you get more tribute points. It makes it easier to actually get your items for tribute without having to defer. There have been many times, actually, where I'll get an audience with the king, not have to defer it, and just have enough points wholesale because I was running Delirium. This also, man, I'm going to be harping on them a lot, but, like, I did just make a video about them. You know my ritual guide that I put out? I was curious, like, if I search ritual guide into YouTube, where it comes up in the search registry. And about half the time it comes up first, but then I noticed that my good pal Rage Gaming also had a guide on Ritual that was produced like weeks ago, and I'm like, damn, that's pretty impressive if they knew how Ritual worked wholesale that long ago, right? So I checked it out, and I was just curious, like, oh, I've been hearing that, like, usually the Hollow guy is the one that spreads misinformation. The other two dudes on the channel, they're pretty alright. And I noticed it was a different guy that was reading the script, so I was like, okay, maybe, you know, I'll see if maybe this Rage Gaming video is different. And, you know, it was probably, I think, 3 or 4 minutes in before we got to our first piece of misinformation, because they told people that you could pull enemies into the ritual like it's PoE 1 to get more enemies to spawn within your ritual, like to get more enemies revived within your ritual. But it does not work like that. It used to work like that in PoE 1. It does not work like that in PoE 2. So, I would say whenever other people are reading the script on that channel, they do seem to actually make it longer before they, like, say something that's misinformation. But overall, there was still misinformation in the video. Albeit there was less misinformation in that video.
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
But it does also kind of make it feel like they might have just read, like, the PoE 1 wiki for Ritual and then translated it to a PoE 2 script instead of testing it themselves. Hey there, Rick. Thanks for the follow. Do you not juice your maps? I do juice my maps. We're just traversing at the moment. This is what my maps look like when I'm just traversing. Like just T15 Delirium.
Go on. They'll be here, waiting.
Really don't want to run that one. We're saving that one. This is an okay one. Actually, wait. It's already full anyway. Chests. Awesome. Oh god, just get that thing away from me. That thing is disgusting. Why'd it have to be burning ground, dude? Burning ground's so annoying. Using your build right now on mobs at the end game ready part, really nice, but oh god, I need to be better at not getting one shot. Boss is no problem, regular mobs, holy. Endgame ready. Yeah, there's like a bit of an awkward transition in survivability whenever you start endgame and you're trying to get 2000 max life and get enough evasion to run acrobatics. That's definitely the most awkward part of the survivability with the build. But once you get over that hurdle, it's smooth sailing. Make all those divines armor scrap farming. Actually, all of my divines are currently invested into armor scraps. That's why I only have a couple divine orbs.
Charged arrow.
They're going to the moon. Just you wait. Armor's gonna be buffed, and then armor scraps are gonna be taking over. Going to escape the matrix with armor scrap farming. Ow.
Take this.
Hey, we leveled up. Finally got 97. Where did the scrap meme come from? The scrap meme came from Rage Gaming video that I roasted on my latest video.
Don't mind if I do.
Well, more specifically, I would say it originated from Rage Gaming suggesting armor scraps as a profit strategy. Which feels a lot like the Chaos Recipe 2.0.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Thank you for the follow, Dorstead.
An easy trophy.
Go armor scraps. Let's go. Huge. Actually, we need to make a very important change, I just realized.
I need more mana.
And I probably won't leave it like this, but I am going to do it for today.
I'm out of mana.
Why are my flasks empty? This must be negative flasks as well. How are there 50 enemies remaining on this map? What is going on? Are they just all down here?
Now this will come in handy. Quick and lethal.
Armor scraps not getting hidden by the filter is a must nowadays. True. Your YouTube stuff is really great for new and advanced players. You deserve more, man. Not sucking you off, just saying. No homo, man. But your stuff's fire. I appreciate that. Level 98 now. Maybe one day. We can do Delirious maps together with Breach. Yeah, you can instill Delirium into them. You can instill Delirium into your map, or you can have the Get Out of My Head passive, which makes it so 20% of the time your maps drop with random instilled emotions, which is more or less what I do. Thank you. How expensive in this build? We actually built a endgame functional do all content variant of this build very, very recently over Discord for someone on a 3 divine orb budget. I'm pretty sure I didn't even spend 2 divine orbs on the budget. So you can put a build together that is functional, endgame ready, hits all of the benchmarks required of this build in under 3 divine orbs. Source, we did it. It's pretty damn cheap as a buy-in.
Yes.
You can obviously scale it to the moon by just throwing currency at it like any build, but you know, to hit all of the benchmarks to make
I'll be here.
the character functional and able to do all content, 3 divine orbs. We'll do it. All right, I can actually take this off for a little bit. I don't need to run an amelioration. There's no experience to actually save. 100 armor scraps. Am I rich now? Yeah, bro. You're rolling in it. Ugh. Might have to make something out of my level 80 Deadeye then. Even got an ingenuity to throw at it. Still doesn't really like benefit that much from ingenuity because I just run Thief's Torment 24/7. The FUB gun variants that require a bit more currency, I would say probably scale off of ingenuity better in that regard because they do not run Thief's Torment 24/7. They run Breach Rings instead, which are going to benefit a lot more from ingenuity. And as far as like what variant is better, is it better to do double herald and do like fub gun strat, or is it better to do this? I've pretty much always said that this is better whenever your tax bracket is lower. It's more achievable, it's cheaper to put together. That's its biggest merit, especially because my build is much less mainstream. It's much less talked about. There's less people going through my Mobalytics page. So the gear that we use is mostly just pure lightning. We don't use any cold. Cold adds a lot of cost on the trade site because people are aware, like, oh, that's for Fub Gun's build. So everything involving those variants just costs more. But the end result is relatively the same. You destroy the whole map, you destroy the whole screen, you destroy every boss in the game, no matter which side of the coin you decide to go with. But if you do it through my setup, it won't cost you as much. I'd like to run a Thief's Torment. I'm giving up a bunch of resistances. How can I get past that? You need to shove all of your resistances, except for 15%, into your boots, chest, hat, and belt. If you can cover all of your resistances with these 4 pieces, then you can run Thief's Torment. Basically, without Thief's Torment equipped, the lowest my resistances get. This is unintended. Like, you could have all of these say 60% and you're still chilling. But yeah, generally the goal is all of these should say 60% with no Thief's Torment, which is very achievable. It's much harder once you add the Hawa into the equation. Like, before you have Hawa, you can have gloves that have resistances on them. Although that's part of why my early endgame setup on the Mobalytics says, you know, you want to focus on trying your best to get your resistances sorted with just these 4 pieces, because you do want to scale into using Hawa. But if you can't do that, it's like not a big deal, basically. Can't remember what I was asked to do this time, if anything. And mainly do your setup for the balls when your eye damage. Yeah, doing cast on shock during mapping actually adds so much DPS. It really does. Because you're already blowing up the screen. Okay, so you want me to compare running Ingenuity double. Okay. I guess we can see exactly what the comparison is then. $82K. These gloves are 1 to 12 lightning instead of 1 to 10. Ingenuity. And then breach rings instead. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously way more DPS, right? But there's a price to be paid here. Like, you can't do this against bosses, you'll go basically. My resistances are still fine. Completely fine. This is a funny comparison, though. Well, you want me to, like, actually go play it? Is that what we're saying? Try it on a boss. Like, try this setup on a boss? Alright. Alright, I'll do it. We'll see. I'm curious, you know? Sure, why not? We'll see. I feel like I'm gonna go But I see what you're saying. Whoops. Can you see the bow and quiver? Bow and quiver is the same. It hasn't changed. My quiver is pretty solid, but I now think that if I could change the physical damage out for damage with bow skills, it would actually be higher DPS. The pierced enemy is basically a dead line. We'd prefer that to be attack speed. But if I wanted my quiver to be any better than this, it would be like more than 10 divines, basically. So I just haven't done that. And the bow hasn't changed. The bow is still just a 410 DPS.
Charged arrow.
Oh wait, my intelligence got lowered. How'd that happen? I don't have enough intelligence to run my Orb of Storms. I think for the damage difference, I would absolutely prefer Chaos Res, probably. I don't think it actually makes a very big DPS difference.
An easy trophy. Out of mana.
Even with more stats from breach rings and stuff.
Storm point. That's quite nice.
POB2 good right now if I want to search for upgrades. There are some things that POB can't really show you right now.
One must always be willing to change.
Okay, so what's going on? Wait, I have so much intelligence. Why can I not use my... What happened to me? Like, my Herald's off for some reason. That's really weird. Oh, I don't have any strength. I have, like, literally no strength. Oh my god. That's the problem. That's why everything got turned off. Okay, we're good again. That was with no Herald, which is kind of funny. After the Rage Gaming roast, can't believe I watched so many of their videos. And they sure are something. Okay, is there anything I need to change here? There's one more thing. All right, let's maximize this. If we're going to do this, we're going to do this the absolute maximized DPS, completely absurd, one-shot, broken, like, comment, subscribe version. That's what we're going to do. If we're going to do this, right, we might as well do stupid DPS. I think my mana is going to get zeroed, though. That is my prediction. I'm not going to Voltaic Mark because I'm pretty sure that would do it anyway. But yeah, here we go.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one.
No mana.
Yeah, it's unplayable.
Take this.
Of existence.
Out of mana.
Hear the grey winds. They fight once more. Life shall spill forth like a mother's blood.
I'm out of mana.
It's too close to the sun.
We that fail.
Now this will come in handy.
No mana. Yeah, it's too close to the sun. In theory, would he die faster doing this if the mana wouldn't bottom out? Yeah. But he also already dies within like 10 seconds anyway, so it's just a lot of extra investment for about the same result when it comes to this build. Yeah, like I could lower my projectile levels, and that could potentially fix it though. That is an idea. If my projectile levels were lower, that could potentially fix this. But yeah, it's just at the end of the day, we are fighting to reduce or like basically make the kill speed better by fractions. I think is what it comes down to for me. But it was cool to see it. And the numbers are cool. Oh yeah, and your jewel. Second. Are we just doing these for content? Is that what we're doing? Terrible. Awesome. Very awesome. Wait, I still have one of your rings. This is one of your rings, pretty sure. Okay, take that back. Alright, you want me to send it on both of these? Even though this one rolled pretty fire? Do you mean Twitch for streaming, or do you mean YouTube? I think, like... I'm not sure if I'm, like, legally allowed to say I favor one over the other is the thing, because one of the big caveats of being able to stream on both is not showing favoritism towards one. Just hit that Val and get a switch. Val's hit. That is sad. And that is also sad. Yeah, basically nothing happened. Nothing ideal happened. At least you still have your 9 armor scraps, though. Huge. Yeah, AF is what happens with that setup. Armor scrap not getting hidden by the filters must not taste. No, I didn't drop Thief's Torment. We were experimenting. Taken was letting me try his ingenuity and double breach rings to see like what would happen, instead of me like spending all of that currency to see what would happen. So that's very nice of him. Then you're missing a ring. No, Thief's Torment takes up both your ring slots. Yeah, I wouldn't say I main streaming on Twitch or YouTube, but the majority of my audience is naturally on YouTube just because I'm more of a YouTuber than a streamer these days. I started off by streaming on Twitch for like a year and a half, but it never really went anywhere. So I eventually started doing YouTube content, and that's kind of where things picked up for me. I mainly watch over here, so thanks for the dual stream. Will be another build update on YouTube. There will probably be one more build update, yeah. But it's not going to be until I'm final form, I would say. Just like we've sent so much currency at this that it's like unrecognizable. And it's basically just going to be a build update on like how you can take things further than what you need to just for fun. If you want to keep throwing currency at the build, is basically going to be the build update. The other build update that could potentially happen is I'm thinking about playing through the campaign again on like a soft SSF kind of vibe where I don't use the currency that I've generated on a previous character, and we play it from the beginning to do a new beginner guide that can be utilized from scratch for those that just want to start off the build and play it all the way to the end game from the beginning in a comfortable way. Because although I did do that when the game first came out, my very first build guide was done whenever I reached Endgame. And I completed my... No, yeah. The very first build guide was done when I made it to Endgame and I started playing Endgame. But that me is not the me that's sitting here now. I understand the game far better than I did, week 1. I'd like to make a new updated beginner guide that gets people to endgame in a more comfortable way than following that original guide will. How do you spend 20 divs, gear up, and can't beat Delirium? Delirium is mostly positioning yourself so you can't be surrounded. DPS on my bow? DPS on my bow is 410, 417, somewhere around there. Why do you play game all day? Don't you have a better thing to do? But this is my job. I'm working right now. I'm a new player. I've spent like 20 divines. Still can't beat the Delirium. I don't know what to do from a gear perspective. Like Delirium boss? Like you're having trouble with the Delirium boss?
Another democratic soldier
Or not
for the
Delirium
cause.
boss. You're talking about Simulacrum. You're having trouble doing Simulacrum. Simulacrum's just tough. At the end of the day, the Simulacrum's just hard. It's fairly easy to get one shot based on positioning, like what was said. And if you get some bad modifiers, sometimes you can just get a very bad round and die. It's just hard. Really got to lock in. And if you're having like a really large amount of trouble with it, then I would say the easiest thing you can do for yourself is get some friends together to do it together, because having more players in the Simulacrum is going to improve your coverage of the area, make it harder for the enemies to actually get a hit on you, and if someone dies, you can just re-enter through the portals. Whereas if you're playing by yourself and you die, it's all over. So if you're really, really struggling with Simulacrum, there is always the option to just do it with other players. What a rat kind of question is that? Maxed out maps, the Delirium Breach, etc. But the Delirium boss, where I struggle, I can't get past wave 14. It's just hard content, man. Simulacrum is the hardest pinnacle encounter in the game right now. Although it would also depend on... I mean, I guess I'm assuming that you're running my build. If you're doing, like, the FUB gun setup, one of the biggest negatives about that is going to be that your Herald of Ice doesn't work in Simulacrum. Bowshot, and the tooltip is like 108k unbuffed, 123k buffed. Wait, you're playing Bowshot? Like, that's the build? You're playing Bowshot? Like, you're just shooting things with Bowshot with Heralds? Biggest difference between standard and hardcore SSF is just if you die, it's all over. You're doing FUB gun. Yeah, I mean, FUB gun's build is going to have more trouble than mine in Simulacrum. That's just kind of like... That's just kind of how it is. All of FUB gun's builds lean very heavily on Herald of Ice, while mine doesn't use Herald of Ice. And Simulacrum, you cannot get any benefit out of Herald of Ice.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Because there are no corpses to blow up. I like Twitch. You can open other apps and keep watching. Can't do that with YouTube. I also just stream to both platforms so that people can watch on whichever platform they prefer. So if someone prefers Twitch, they can watch on Twitch. If they prefer YouTube, they can watch on YouTube. Another factor is, like, a lot of folks have Twitch Prime subs where they can, like, use their Prime sub and then they don't get ads anymore. Whereas I don't think YouTube members get ad-free viewing. I think you only get ad-free viewing with YouTube Premium. I wish I could show you my setup because it's a little bit of FUB gun, a little bit of my own thing. It's kind of just down to, at the end of the day, if you are playing a build that utilizes Herald of Ice heavily, you are going to have a very hard time playing Simulacrum. It's kind of like how it goes. But if you want me to take a look and try to help you out, my community Discord is open. Like, there's a link to my community Discord in the description of the video on YouTube, and you can do !Discord on Twitch. And there's a lot of Deadeye players hanging out in my Discord these days. I have everyone just, if they have a question or they want me to help them try to figure something out, or what upgrade they should make next, etc., or how they can scale the build, typically what happens is they'll just post me some screenshots in the build theory craft section, and then me or, like, other Deadeyes in the Discord will take a look and we'll give our best critique as to what you could do next. It's actually pretty awesome. There's like a couple hundred Deadeyes in the Discord now where we just kind of all try to help each other out where we can or make suggestions. All right, we're doing one more.
Speak.
2119. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Stash grid is smaller on console. They are premium stashes. There's a stash I am missing. No? Wait. Premium stashes. Yeah, you have premium stashes instead of a quad stash. Quad stashes are more expensive and basically 4 stashes stacked into one. What are the runes on my bow? My runes are attack speed runes. because my bow is very heavily weighted in lightning damage. It was pointed out to me that it might give me more DPS to run attack speed, and we tried it, and as it turns out, it did. So whenever your bow is very heavily weighted in elemental damage, rather than physical, it's actually possible for attack speed to actually be more DPS, since it's a localized attack speed boost instead of a global one. All right, so I have one little point here because we hit 97. What does that do? What does that change about my world? Honestly, probably nothing. I think what ends up happening is I go weapon set 1 and I get my 8% area of effect back. And I go weapon set 2 and I put this 1 point back into sharp sight during my map or my bossing setup. And I think that is all that changes about level 97. Let's run this map because it's chaos damage, and now I don't have to be worried about dying. Who cares if I die? What is my megalomaniac? My megalomaniac is for spreading shocks and after image. Basically, I just searched for spreading shocks plus anything decent, and after image was the first thing to come up. That was pretty cheap. So I'm not really picky on what the secondary is. After image is pretty cool though, because it's 8% more chance to evade. So it's multiplicative evasion. It's actually pretty decently powerful. You can see here it's actually changing my base evasion with no tailwind stacks to be 80% evasion from melee hits, whereas my other hits are 74%. So it's not bad. I would probably switch this out for something else potentially, like more area of effect or lightning damage. Another like okay one would be like pure power. There's pretty much nothing that could go wrong as far as your megalomaniac. There's a ton of good options, but I did it solely because I wanted to get spreading shocks without spending 8 points to get there. And because I'm not spending those 8 points to get there anymore, I spent 2 points on getting this jewel socket so that I didn't lose out on a jewel for running megalomaniac. We pocket 6 extra points, and then I spent those extra points focusing on my Against the Darkness time loss jewel. It's pretty much where those 6 points went. Another option that you can do instead of megalomaniac is you can do From Nothing Oasis, and you can pick up spreading shock that way, which is actually also pretty solid. All right, my stats are messed up because I switched to that gear. Gotta fix that. All right, let's see what's wrong here. Way too much strength because I shifted it all. Nope. Nope. Stop. In. All right, we back to normal. 147. Nope. Still missing 5. Still missing 5. There we go. 152.
Time to learn something new.
DPS on Lightning Arrow and Lightning Rod unbuffed. Sitting here on my mapping setup is... Oh, did I not put my megalomaniac back in? What did I not do? Something's very wrong. No, I had to have. What happened to my DPS? Why am I screwed? This is definitely not right. What happened to me? Oh, I didn't switch my gems back. That's what's going on. Magnified. Overcharge. Lightning infusion half. There we go. That's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I did switch my supports back from when we were doing that testing. So 79.7 is where I'm sitting with Lightning Arrow unbuffed. And then if I switch to bossing setup...
Nature's fury.
Typically, I'll do one gem swap here where I switch to concentrated effect, and then we're at 15,000 lightning rod DPS. What I do for bossing. Yeah, it's pretty simple to get. All right. I'm not going to forget about it this time. The other thing I wanted to say is you can run Oasis instead of Megalomaniac. I'm still considering if this is worth it or not, but something kind of fun you can do if you could find the points to do this is instead of running Megalomaniac, you run Oasis. And then if you could somehow find the points to do it, like for example, something like this. If I just kill these 3 points, we could do something along the lines of this, spreading shock. And now I actually get all the way up to 75% base evasion. Just kind of neat. I don't think it actually changes anything, though. So another option that's even cheaper is Oasis from nothing, which is basically it costs nothing. And then you would just spend 1 skill point on the spreading shocks. And then you could even potentially do escape strategy, careful consideration. So overall, that's spending 2 points to get 70% evasion. That's pretty good. I wouldn't do just one of these. Like, yeah, you have more evasion when you haven't been hit, but I would argue the time that you really need your evasion to work is after you actually did get hit randomly. That's probably the time when you really need your evasion to work.
Speak.
So I'm not a huge fan of not taking the other one and just being like, oh yeah, I evade 100% of the 100% more of the time whenever I don't get hit. And it's like, well, what about when you do get hit? And it's like, oh, well, my evasion sucks after I've been hit. You know, that time whenever your life is in the most peril. Doesn't seem good to me. My bow and armor. Armor is iron runes because you need as much evasion on your torso as physically possible to abuse bestial skin. And I run attack speed on my bow because my bow uniquely just has so much weighted in its lightning damage that it is better for me to run attack speed than iron runes. That will not be the case for everybody, but it is worth checking on. Thanks for the good info. No problem, Cade.
Charged arrow.
Gonna buy Megalomaniac later. Yeah, Megalomaniac's definitely big worth for this build. 100% recommend picking up a Megalomaniac. Because spreading shocks is necessary if you want your Herald of Thunder to cascade without needing to do Herald of Ice. You absolutely need spreading shocks, or it's just not going to work as well at all.
Out of mana.
But it's also really pricey to spend all those points just to go over there to get that one notable. So Megalomaniac is a really good way to get it for basically free. Comparatively, the other nice thing about running a Megalomaniac or running a From Nothing, if you choose to do From Nothing, you could set your spreading shocks to only be active on weapon set 1, and then you could spend that point on weapon set 2 to do something else bossing related, because spreading shocks doesn't add any value to bossing. That's one of the advantages of doing it with From Nothing instead.
Barely broke a sweat. Thunderous shot.
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
Too weak, too slow.
I'll be here, waiting.
Need to pick up the diamond. Yeah, the diamond's really good. Where are the best resources for staying up to date on the best builds and such? Like where you can see what builds are popular. Probably max roll, mobilytics, either one. Most creators upload to both mobilytics and max roll. I myself upload to mobilytics. Mostly preference based though. Also, once POB has like full functionality for Path of Exile too, most creators will upload their builds to POB. All right. Had to grab a drink. Getting thirsty.
Thunderous shot. Don't mind if I do. Barely broke a sweat.
Unique HP flask is very much worth getting if you want to throw the currency at it. Unique HP flask is basically just 1500 extra HP worth of one-shot prevention as long as you keep killing things and keep generating charges. Not to say that you get one shot very often once you have like 2300 HP and 80% evasion, but It can still happen, and I would say that 1500 extra one-shot prevention definitely helps alleviate that. It's basically like I'm playing with 1500 ES and 80% evasion with acrobatics is what it kind of comes down to. I hate this map. What are you guys' least favorite maps to play? I dislike anything that has to do with Val. And then I dislike Augury pretty heavily. The rest are pretty okay.
Quick and lethal. What luck.
Augury, I hate the levers. I hate Augury less than before the patch because they made it so you can actually stop pulling the lever. But I still just hate Augury.
Storming arrow.
Revenant, do you know anyone who played Infernalist and was able to clear Simulacrum on a budget? How much div I have to grind to properly gear me up? Already got to wave 13, but died awfully. Depends on the type of Infernalist we're talking about. If we're talking about minion Infernalists, I don't know any minion players personally that could give advice. But if we're talking about demon form Infernalist, then I would say Loopy would be able to tell you. I imagine he's streaming right now. If he's not streaming, he's griefing. Easier to add everything to Path of Building. Would it be easier to add everything to Path of Building? Probably, considering I'm unfamiliar with your build. Might be worth doing that. How do you hate Sandpit? It's one of the best. I like Sandpit myself. Val Factory is the worst. I second that. Val Factory is the worst. Val Factory is bad. Forge is pretty okay. I like Forge. I think Forge is decent.
Barely broke a sweat. I need more mana.
Yeah, anything with the word Val in the name is terrible. Dog shit map.
I need more mana.
We humbly await your return. Let the sun curl your flesh. Now you will start. Pathetic. Pack will return.
Now this will come in handy.
Oh god, yeah, at least there's no more Ellie Reflect. What's giving me energy shield? Power gloves. I have 23 energy shield. He isn't streaming. He's griefing. He should be streaming. Stream o'clock. Where he at? No, he's streaming. I see it. He's streaming right now. Cast on Thorns. I just looked. He must have heard me and just gone live because I said he's griefing if he's not live by now.
What is it? On with the work.
We'll do that one, probably. Yeah, I don't. That one's not very good. What is this one at? Yeah, it's solid. He didn't put out a notification? Did he not? Oh, you're right. He didn't. I don't have a notification. Although maybe I only have a notification for YouTube. Maybe that's why. Might be why. Wait, what? I finished the map, didn't I? Did I miss one? Oh yeah, I missed one. Sure do love backtracking. It's an actual W for the checkpoints, though.
Storm point.
There's a huge checkpoint W. My eyes! Yeah. I included that in my my build guide intro. That's how I feel every time. Working in the mist. Yeah, that guy got lit up. Zero sever resistances without rings. Wouldn't it be better to get some decent rarity rings for mapping and just use thieves when getting to the boss room? No, because I still need my mana for rares because we throw big balls at them every time. And also, I mean, how much more rarity could I even really get, right? Like, we could ingenuity and get, like, some crazy meta rings that would cost me as much currency as the rarity is going to make me by the time I stop playing the character, maybe. But at the same time, Thief's Torment also has 39% rarity on it anyways. Yeah, basically without Thief's Torment during mapping, I would go whenever I throw a bunch of balls at rares, which would kind of suck. And I just don't care to change rings, ever. Why am I stuck? I just don't feel like it makes a big enough difference for me to ever want to swap rings.
Thunderous shot.
But at the same time, I also don't main activities that primarily benefit from rarity. Like, my favorite mapping activity is running Ritual, which you don't need any rarity to profit from. And if I'm not running Ritual, then I'm just doing Pinnacle bossing. And if I'm not doing pinnacle bossing, then I'm just doing traversal maps with Delirium. And none of that really benefits that much from rarity anyways. I pretty much do all of the activities that primarily don't benefit from rarity. Like, I don't really main breach. But if someone were to main breach, then yeah, they would probably want to consider ways to get more rarity into my build. But there are diminishing returns that are pretty significant past 100% on the player, or just in general. I'm pretty sure it doesn't even matter if it's from the player. Like, if your map is getting above 100% rarity when multiplied off of your rarity, because it's multiplicative with the player's rarity, then it's not really making that big of a difference. So if I do want to just, like, run breach, if I wanted to main breach, then there's an argument to be made that I could just juice up the precursors and the waystones enough that I would get enough rarity that I wouldn't really notice a really big difference if I were to even run breach rings with rarity. I wonder if there's, like, a rarity breach ring mafia where they've just, like, overpriced the shit out of it to make sure that people pay as much as they're going to make from actually having the rings on over their lifespan before they get bored of the build or the character. That'd be pretty funny. Just the breach ring cartel. I love Burning Ground so much. I love having my resurgence pop by Burning Ground. Good lord. Your divine drops go through the roof with rarity than without. Well, that's just not true.
Yes. Until next time.
They definitely don't. Do we keep our current progress on early access? Well, there's going to be different leagues. I have to imagine that you'll always be able to access your previous league and your previous character. I mean, I don't know if they're planning on wiping early access completely off the map on full release or not. But the way Path of Exile has always worked is new league starts, the player base for the most part migrates to the new league, plays the new league, and starts over. And then if you want to test things or access your previous characters and builds on the new patch, then you can. Thought I can 3-1 my shit T15s? No, you can't 3-1 15s. There's not really anything you can do with it. Wait, are we Heb again? That's funny. That sounds about right. Well, what happens sometimes is someone will ask him a question about Deadeye, and then it'll be like, ask Aravan, and then someone will ask me a question about Infernalist, and it'll be like, ask Loopy. The map was done, right? Pretty sure. 3 rings, Dalrez, and some decks, 50 rarity, and mana leech and stuff dies quick anyways. Yeah. Like I said, if I was a breach main, like if breach was the mechanic that I enjoyed the most, then I would probably be more about maximizing my rarity. But because I don't main breach, I just can't be bothered to maximize rarity. It just wouldn't make a big difference for me with how I play the game. I try to play specifically mechanics that do not utilize rarity very much because I find the rarity meta to be very, very toxic and unfun. What was I doing? Right. Need to refill flask because of Burning Ground. I got distracted. EA leagues will be separate but not wiped after full release. Oh, cool. All right, there's the answer. Red line above the tower. What is it? Don't know. What do you look for when you farm ritual? I actually have a ritual guide on my YouTube channel. Pretty much explains absolutely everything you could ever want to know about ritual. But basically what it comes down to is you're farming for purple omen drops, and you're farming, well, not drops, but you're farming to favor purple omens, and you are farming for audiences with the king, both of which are valued at over 10 divine orbs. And it's got high highs and low lows. For example, I do ritual all the time on stream, and I never get any hits on stream. But then I end stream, and like 20 minutes later, I'll get an audience. Gas Arrow always better than LA for leveling. Gas Arrow is going to be better than LA for leveling whenever the league has already been going on for a while, and you can get the uniques that it relies on to make leveling extremely fast. But at the beginning of the league, I would say that Lightning Arrow is going to be a better starter than Gas Arrow. Need the streamer client? I have like the opposite of the streamer client. I don't get any of my drops on stream. All of my drops happen off stream. Except for when we're doing bossing content. Yeah, I have scuffed streamer client is what I have. I am so sick of doing Val Cities. Please make it stop. Oh man, that is like the biggest deterrent for me wanting to do Citadels, is just like, oh yeah, I'll do a Citadel, and then it's just surrounded by shitty maps I don't want to play.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Grinding Goblin. Oleandros and Zombie Token, thank you for the follows. And Kamado. And Vara. Maybe eventually I'll add pages to my guide for like what you want to farm. Like what you want to focus on in the end game. If you're a breach main, then I'll have a setup that's like high rarity. Actually, at that point, I would just have a page on my mobilytics that's just high rarity. Like if someone wants to play for high rarity, then this is how you would convert the build to high rarity. I should probably just do that. I mean, just because I don't like the rarity meta doesn't mean everyone else doesn't. Everyone's Orb of Storm with Overabundance and Unleashed, but I never see a second orb. Oh, you do. They're stacked on top of each other. You're casting 2 orbs at the same time on the same area. So they're 2 orbs that are just stacked on top of each other. The point of Unleash is just so you don't have to cast twice during like fights. You just cast once and you get double the effect. You guys tell me which one of these is the bug, by the way. This is really strange. So, in order to start using my Ulroth's Resolve Flask, I have to have taken damage, which makes sense because life flasks require you to be damaged to drink them normally. But the thing is, once I've taken damage, I can freely pop it whenever I want. So what I do is I put life tap on my voltaic mark so that I can self-damage at the beginning of the map. And then I can roll through the rest of the map with my All Rust Resolve popped for the 1500 guard. So the question is, which one of these is the bug? Is it a bug the fact that I need to be damaged before I'm allowed to use All Rust Resolve? Or is the bug the fact that I can use All Rust Resolve without being damaged? One of these has to be true. But I have no answer as to which. Logically, it would be the fact that I can use Olroth without being damaged because it's a life flask would be the bug. But because Olroth's Resolve, the whole point is to give you overshield, it would also make just as much sense that you should be able to use it without being damaged. Yes, please, we need every guide, man. Sounds like a loophole. Because, yeah, at first I was like, oh, I have to be damaged to use this. That actually makes it pretty bad because I'm not going to be damaged very often. I'm an evasion build. But the fact that I can allow myself to use it whenever I want by life tapping at the beginning of a map, and then I can use it after that whenever I want, makes it great for an evasion build. Oh. You guys want to know something crazy, by the way? Guard protects honor. Which is probably very unintended. But because guard protects your honor from being lowered, technically, if you have an Olroth Resolve Flask and you're able to upkeep it permanently, you would basically have 1500 honor at all times during the 1 honor challenge run to get Temporalis. Now, there are effects that can go through the guard, though. Like, if you get Spiked Exit as a modifier, it's cooked. But yeah, I noticed that whenever I was helping someone the other day with their trial, that my honor wasn't being damaged if it was hitting my guard. This doesn't really matter because the key to actually go try to get Temporalis is now like 230 divs. So unfortunately, I can't just like go try to farm Temporalises. But I just thought you guys would find that interesting. Probably unintended. I would imagine that it's unintended. What's the new league they're saying? There hasn't been any word on what the new league will be. I've used my flask before on accident while I was at full HP and was like, damn it, so maybe not being able to use the flask. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I can't use my life flask when I'm not damaged normally. I have to have taken damage in the map in order to be able to use my life flask. Specifically Olroth's. You could do that too, Flago. As long as you've taken damage, you could do it. I'm just doing life tap. Max spirit to run everything on the build is you just need 30 spirit on an amulet. But if you have an extra 15, then you can also run what is it? You can run clarity if you have 30, and then you can also throw in cannibalism for extra survivability, extra pseudo survivability. If you just have the extra 15 spirit laying around. So it's a very low spirit build. Basically, as long as you have 30 on your amulet, you can play this build. Because you would just drop cannibalism. Log back on, your drops are a lot better, IMO. That feels kind of similar to the corpses pointing to citadels. Like a tinfoil theory.
I'll be here, waiting.
It's interesting though. I can't disprove that, to be fair. All right, so we need a map with big, juicy amounts of waystone drop chance. Yep, looks good to me. Run it. How do you always have mana? Thief's Torment gives me 18 mana on hit, and we hit a lot. What changes would you make for a hardcore build? If I was playing this build in hardcore, then I would get Grim Feast involved, and I would run hybrid ES evasion. I would run hybrid ES evasion. I would get Grim Feast involved in the build. I would get Ghost Shroud, I think is what it's called, involved in the build. And I would be a lot more focused on survivability. What would you drop for Grim Feast and Ghost Shroud? I mean, that's the $1 million question, right? Like, that's what I would try to get involved in the build. I don't know if I would be able to get Grim Feast into the... Or I could definitely get Grim Feast in the build. I don't think I could easily get... I don't think I could easily get Ghost Shroud in the build. But basically, I'm 2, 3, 7... How much spirit away? You would only need to get 50 spirit on your amulet. If you had 50 spirit on your amulet, you would be able to, instead of running clarity and cannibalism, run Grim Feast instead with this. And throughout campaign, I wouldn't run Cast on Shock because Cast on Shock only becomes available in like cruel difficulty. The early campaign, before you have much spirit, it would just be like Herald of Thunder. And then once you get the ability to equip one or the other, you would equip probably Grim Feast over Wind Dance. And then once you get your second upgrade, you would equip Wind Dance.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
I would probably run a very different build as far as passive tree if I was playing hardcore. The thing about hardcore is like a lot of optimization with softcore is just under the assumption that like, oh, it's okay if I die. But I would probably rethink just about everything with this build if I was playing hardcore. I can't even give you a definitive answer on what would change, because I would probably change fundamentally just about everything, since the golden rule, rather than just doing things quickly, shifts from my most important factor is not being killed. It's also the biggest, like, one of the biggest reasons I say that this build isn't a hardcore build and shouldn't be played in hardcore. Because it shouldn't, and it isn't. Elemental weakness bother me? No, not really. The only thing that matters when you're playing evasions is being one-shot. If it doesn't do enough damage or change the amount of damage you take to be a one-shot, then it's insignificant. Like, they can lower my resistances, but at the end of the day, if they can't hit me for 3,800, it doesn't matter.
I'm out of mana.
Been loving this build. Been using this build and love it. Thanks for that. Awesome, Chris. Glad it's working out for you, man. Good to hear. What's my health at? 2,300. Ow, that was cheap. Using a setup, stacking Int, Hands of Wisdom, turn cast on Chakov unless for mapping, sticking Blink on, just swapping them over, big bosses. You don't play full resist? I do play full resist. But I'm elemental weakness. So I'm not full resist because of the map. They were asking, does elemental weakness bother me? And I said, no, not really, because they need to do enough damage to kill me in one hit. If anything can't one hit me, it doesn't matter what modifiers they have or don't have. And with the life flask, it's really hard to one-shot me now. It was already pretty hard for anything to actually get a true one-shot kill off on me, but with Alroth's Resolve, now it is very, very tough. It would have to be an absolutely crazy map for me to get one shot, or a really crazy boss, like a Citadel boss with maximum juice. This game is better than Diablo 4. Goddamn, does it hate you and feel like the longer you play, the harder the game tries to frustrate you? When I was playing through the campaign for the first time for PoE 2, it definitely gave me more Souls-like vibes than anything I had played in the isometric space. Which was a good thing, because I really like Souls games. I feel like this game absolutely kicks your ass, even if you're a gamer, and I love that about it. When you're first learning it. I kind of miss that being at Endgame, to be honest.
Storming arrow.
I often think about shipping off the hardcore league, but at the end of the day, it doesn't feel like how I want to play the game. I don't want to play super safe.
I need more mana.
I just want to blast. I just want to blast and read chat. That's pretty hard to do in hardcore league.
Out of mana. Quick and lethal.
Happy I learned the game with your guide. I'm glad it was helpful. Does acrobatic work for any physical damage hit, boss slam, etc.? Acrobatics is every kind of hit in the game. If it is a hit, acrobatics can dodge it. And that is literally everything except for dots on the ground. Okay, dots on the ground and Zarok's one shot whenever he taps you on the forehead after doing the time stop mechanic, that will still kill you. Doesn't matter if you have like 100% evasion, he still kills you. I think that's probably more so because being time stopped probably drops evasion to 0. Than him bypassing the rules. But yeah, if it is a hit, acrobatics can dodge it. If you don't have acrobatics, then anything that would be determined to be a slam or an area of effect attack, which is basically every campaign boss attack in the game, cannot be dodged.
Charged arrow. Out of mana.
Really overwhelming for new players. I also learned every part from your guide. Thanks, man. That's super cool. I'm glad the guides were helpful for you guys. I'm still looking forward to doing the expedition one. That'll probably be my next project after I finish this Breach currency farm guide. Or Breachstone currency farm.
So, at the eve of the end, the demon of Vanzoatl has finally come for me. A minor setback. What? How? Get up! Get up!
Now this will come in handy.
Do you run with dynamic culling? Find it the only way to not completely have my frames destroyed. I don't know. Probably not, though. Team's OP. I might have to build a ranger. I'm playing warrior right now. It's quite good. Acrobatics is very double-edged. It's, well, I mean, warrior also has something very similar to acrobatics with turtle charm. Turtle charm is basically the same concept, but block. Wish there was an offline mode. That would be interesting. It'd be kind of cool if you could play the game offline. I mean, obviously the character would never be able to interact online, but being able to play it offline as like an SSF would be kind of cool. Actually, that would be kind of cool if you could just play SSF offline. All right, we're running out of space for items. But we've also been live for 3.5 hours, so that's probably why. We're just gonna start sticking stuff in here. All right, how much are weathered crisis fragments worth? I wonder. What have these been doing? I want orbs. That's not bad. Pretty good. It's like almost a divine. Almost a divine each. Kind of. Almost. Good lord, what has happened? It's so bad. It got so bad so fast. Holy shit. Ooh. That's not good. Get me out. How many of these do I have? Like 230? Get me out. The market's moving the way it's moving because endgame crafting involves chaos orbing things, and endgame crafting involves using divine orbs on things. But it does not really involve using exalted orbs. There's no sync. There's no good money sync for exalted orbs, so they're just becoming more and more worthless. It's not so much that the divine orb is becoming more expensive, it's that exalted orbs are becoming more and more worthless the longer the league goes on. Eventually, they're going to become completely eclipsed by chaos orbs. Because chaos orbs are actually still being used. You could already say that that's happened, to be fair. Yeah, Sir Gog pointed it out very nicely. If we go to, like, Chaos Orb, Divine Orb, he pointed out that these have been 50-1 pretty much the entire time, and it hasn't changed. And that's because Chaos Orbs are retaining their value. It's not so much that the Divines are getting more expensive, it's that Exalteds are getting more worthless.
Hello.
Where? I guess I could have done this the opposite way. Yeah, I should have just done it the opposite way. I have Exalted. I want Chaos. I have like 290 of these. Is this one? Yeah, it's the one we were gonna run. And we'll leave it like that. Yeah, supply is up, demand is down. There's just no sync for exalted orbs. They're not being spent at a rate that makes it possible. They're not leaving the economy fast enough, so they're just becoming less and less valuable. More than 50 monsters remain. Alright, I have never had a Citadel actually complete. I'm like convinced that they're just bugged. and you can never actually traverse from them. They'll always say failed. But, you know, maybe this time it'll be different.
Storm point.
Made me watch reaction on reaction video. That was an ill behavior on your part. Listen, that was not my fault. Did I think that there was a very real chance of me putting out that video causing Lily to react to it? Absolutely. That's why I had the bean tub at the end, because I thought that would be really funny if she saw that. But I cannot say it was my fault that there was a reaction of a reaction. Yeah. Yeah, I know she saw it. I was there. Her reaction when I shifted the panel of Belton to her bean tub clip was just priceless. It was so funny.
Don't mind if I do.
You need to kill all the uniques. Chaos is main currency like the good old PoE 1 days. Yep, that is basically what's happening. Alright, there's only 13 monsters left. There's no rares left on this map. It's cooked. It's over. It's cooked. It's over. Moving on. Boo-boo.
Barely broke a sweat. Take this.
Yeah, we wanted more Val maps. Sure. God.
Now this will come in handy.
Whoa. Could have died there. Something hit me really hard. (1,000 RPM self-reloading Pathfinder). I saw like a thumbnail for Machine Gun Pathfinder, but I didn't watch the video.
Storm point.
Kind of nuts. I believe it. Show your bow, sure. It's nothing too crazy. It's just 417 DPS. That would be kind of funny.
Yes.
Helldiver build with mercenary. I think this is trash. Yeah, this is trash. Pretty good. Pretty bad. Pretty good. Wanted to see if that would work. Just a level 59 bow, true. Better than 20% fizz for my bow it is. It depends on how weighted your bow is towards elemental damage compared to physical damage. I have a T9 lightning roll that's carrying the damage on my bow. So because of that, between that and the fizz roll being pretty low in comparison, attack speed is giving me more damage on my bow. I used to have physical runes on it, but you know, once we reached a point where you could experiment, because you are no longer locked into your choices as far as runes. Chat pointed out, hey, maybe attack speed will give you more damage. And I was like, oh yeah, let's try that. And we did, and it does. So that's what we do now. Thoughts on the currency farm tier list video? My thoughts are actually already written on the currency farm tier list. My comment's probably very close to the top, and it says I 100% agree with this tier list.
Too weak, too slow.
+2 on the quiver. When do I know when to upgrade my skill gems? My skills are 15. I just found my first 15. Have the one ring. If you feel like you're not going well, you have the one ring, so you can just level up your skills. Once you have the one ring, just level up your skills as much as you want. The only way you could possibly break the ring is if you go above the skill levels provided by quiver and amulet. If you do like some crazy shit like +5 from your bow, you're gonna break the ring. But as long as you keep it like +2, +3 amulet, +2 quiver, and then you don't do some weird shit like adorn for your jewel and then double up a bunch of quiver effect, you'll be chilling. You can level up your skills as much as you want. Also, fun tip. This was brought to my attention from our Discord,
I'm out of mana.
or from my community Discord. It is totally worth it and makes complete sense to go ahead and corrupt your Ball Lightning to try and make it have -1 skill level. Because the damage doesn't matter at all from Ball Lightning, but it's just costing us more and more mana from us getting projectile levels, which is bad.
Quick and lethal.
So you might as well max quality a minimum level Ball Lightning and then try to corrupt it for -1 level. Yes, you can corrupt skill gems to try and make them do +1 level or -1 level.
Storming arrow.
Mm, I wouldn't be able to tell you just by looking at it, I don't think, if attack speed's better or not. I would just try it, because it's probably not too expensive to see. And, you know, worst case scenario, it isn't a good idea, and you just switch back to irons. You can freely switch your runes now.
What luck?
Maybe the guide, the farming quest for X to purchase the shit I need. Word. Hope it works out for you, man. Do you +5 projectile if you have ingenuity? 80% fact bonus on rings. That is something I mentioned in the guide, actually, specifically about ingenuity and how, like, that might be the secret sauce, where you just ingenuity and double thief's torment, mana on hit, and then maybe you could take the projectile levels to the moon. But that's kind of in the same vein as whenever people ask me, like, couldn't you do breach rings instead and then do, like, mana on kill and then it would work? And it's like, yes, you could. You could ingenuity, you could breach ring, or you could double thief's torment and get a bunch of projectile levels. You could do all of those things and it would probably work. But the thing is, these are all, like, considerations that are made after the game's been over for, like, 50 divines. You've already beaten everything by the point you're, like, making these kind of considerations. So, because of that, they're things that I really haven't thought about very much.
Too slow.
They basically have to make the game more difficult for me to think about these things more critically. Three additional arrows would actually be insane DPS increase. Because the really fun thing you could do with +3 arrows as well is you could stop running scatter shot, which is neutering like 40% of the DPS off of your lightning rod, and then you could run the scatter shot on the ball lightning. And then, oh my god, it would be insane. It would be so cool. But I don't got currency like that to do shit like that. Maybe one day. It'll be super cool if I can ever do it. Like, if I ever have the currency to do it and I get my mirror bow. I do want to get a mirror bow. That's something I want to do eventually. It'd be super sick.
Speak.
Why do people sell it for 2 divs when the attributes for int and dex are below 17? Probably because it's very difficult to sell it for 3 divs whenever they've bricked it a little bit. People put troll prices and make their how expensive for how dog it is. Oh, you're asking why is it still 2 divs whenever the int dex is that high? I would say the reason for that would be because if we take a look at how much it actually costs to buy a breachstone right now, I mean, the entry fee is insane, and you only get a Howa out of doing this 15% of the time. So I think even a dog shit Howa has the right to be 2 divine orbs at that rate. Especially because the person that got the Howa is taking the time to run the boss. That's the biggest reason why Howas are maintaining value like that, is because breachstones are going up in value. Or exalteds are going down in value is really all that's happening. Okay, wait. Best way I can explain this. Breachstones are valued in divines. Howas are valued in divines. Exalted orbs are becoming less valuable, but Howas and breachstones are maintaining their value, and nothing is changing there. That is why. It's gotten so bad, the inflation is hitting so hard. I've revised my script for this breach boss farming video like 3 times, where I've had to rephrase the amount of currency it costs to do this. It sucks. What's my DPS on Lightning Arrow? My DPS unbuffed on Lightning Arrow right now is 79,000. It was 80,500, but then I kind of chucked like 10 divines at my quiver because I was bored, and I made it a little bit worse. So yeah, it's kind of grief of me. I was just really bored one night. I'd been writing my script for like 3 hours. And I was just like, man, I really want to do something not this right now. Let's just waste a bunch of currency. Thanks for the breach video. Loved it big time. Nice. Glad you liked it, Meister. Hope it helps. I appreciate your Ranger guide. It got me to Endgame. And a true PoE noob. Thank you for the details and follow-up vids. Cell brothers for life. That's awesome, Cheech. Nice, man. Glad it's working. It's a great way to make... I know Trials of Sekhmet was rated mid-tier. One thing to appreciate is the low barrier to entry. Well, he talks about that, doesn't he? I'm pretty sure he mentions how Trial of Sekhmet is really good early in the league, and then it's mid this late in the league. Which is true. Trial of Sekhmet is amazing early league. That is literally how I made all of my currency to get rolling in this game. Was playing Trial of Sekhmet at the beginning of the league, carrying people through their 4th ascendancy, and then selling mid AF jewels. Because nobody had jewels yet. So you could sell super mid jewels for like really good profit. Whereas now, if a jewel is even slightly mid, it'll never ever sell. And the price for carrying people has not changed despite Exalted Orbs being completely worthless. It's like the price of a carry service for Trial of Sekhmet is still 40 Exalted Orbs. And it was 40 Exalted Orbs whenever I started doing it. Back at the beginning of the league. Would you consider having viewers play with you on Waystones, or do you prefer to map alone? I don't see why I wouldn't. Maybe we'll do like a viewer night where we just play content together. We could do something fun like group simulacrum. Like if a viewer needs to get their simulacrums done, we just pile in a group of Deadeyes and try to finish it for them. I think that would be kind of fun. I'd like to accomplish something with it besides just mapping. Like if someone doesn't have an atlas done and they don't feel like they're strong enough to beat the boss or like finish the pinnacle encounter on their own, we could just turn it into some stream content and do it all together as a community. I think that would be fun. The other thing about Trial of Sekhmet is it doesn't give XP. That was the reason I even left doing Trial of Sekhmet to go back to doing mapping, was because I wasn't leveling up anymore. I think it can't be understated how much more valuable an activity is whenever not only does it generate divines, but it also generates experience.
Too weak, too slow.
That stash stab sale is gone. Sad. Question: just randomly use whatever tablets in game. Lost Towers, is there a way to remove old ones? No, there's not. Once you've used them and locked them in, that is it. Sorry to say. Can I see your quiver? Sure. Quiver is T8 Fizz, T9 Lightning, T4 Projectile Speed. The only way, if I wanted this quiver to be better, it would be Projectile Speed T5, Bow Skills T5, Lightning T9, 2 Projectile Skills, T8 Dex, and then I believe it's T5 Attack Speed. That would be Bis Quiver, but I'll probably not bother upgrading on anything in between that. As soon as I finish this Breach boss farming video, one of a couple things are gonna happen. Either I'm gonna start the expedition guide, even though the ritual guide didn't reach like 2,000 likes, just because I kind of want to do it anyway. Or I'm going to start amassing absurd amounts of wealth for the sake of getting like a mirror bow and quiver.
Take this.
And that'll just be my goal, to like see the final form of this build come to fruition.
Barely broke a sweat.
Because it feels like it's been a while since I like made meaningful progress and felt stronger. And it's making me want to either change up what I'm playing or make some big gains, one of the two. Things I am not doing: collecting breach splinters on burning ground. The flask I asked about earlier helped me complete my first simulacrum. Thanks, Ervin. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, I thought it would help. Good.
No mana.
Need that bow, mirror bow, sir. Is Lightning Arrow the strongest build for Ranger? I would say yeah. Probably overall it is. I think Lightning Rod is just cracked out of control, is what it comes down to. Lightning Rod cast on shock interaction is
Charged
insane.
arrow.
What I found with Fubs and your build is that honestly your build was a lot cheaper to build and I have more damage output. Fubs has good synergy, but the damage isn't really there. It focuses on proccing. Yep. I mean that is Arceula planning to do future archer builds. I know Fub Gun has a nice lightning damage build, but I mean you could gain some attraction by making a build that competes with that. Well, I mean this kind of is the build that competes with that for the reason that you said afterwards. That happens a lot. It really does happen a lot. I'm not like embellishing or anything. So many folks come into my stream and then say something along the lines of, I was following Fub Gun's build, but then I tried yours and now I do so much more damage. Or it was so much cheaper to build and now I do more damage. That happens all the time. Because there will always be an argument that, like, the FUB gun setup scales to the moon eventually, but you will always put in more currency to get the same results as this build. And if there is a moment where the FUB gun setup overtakes this one, it is so far past the point of beating all the content in the game anyways, it just kind of doesn't matter. Am I alternating back and forth between shooting a lightning arrow and lightning rods? Yeah, typically I am. A lot of the time I'm like firing lightning rod, lightning arrow, lightning arrow, lightning rod, lightning arrow, lightning arrow, lightning rod, back and forth. That's typically what I do. And I just have one bound to left click, one bound to right click.
I'm out of mana.
Pretty much. I feel like I may want to restart my ice poker at the moment. I don't know, I missed your response earlier. Kind of feel I bricked myself after I watched the Breach video. Can I still save myself? Oh, I didn't see your message, sorry. I just randomly used... Oh, no, don't worry about it. I mean, the Atlas expands infinitely. Just keep going. You'll just find more towers, and you'll be able to, you know... You'll find more towers. You'll be able to put more tablets in new towers. Just basically ignore the area that you feel like you bricked. And just keep progressing through the Atlas, because it goes on infinitely. Also, the Atlas, the endgame Atlas, is combined across your account. So even if you changed characters, your Atlas wouldn't change. It would be exactly the same. The heads up. Yep, no problem. Save me a lot of pain. Oh god, yeah, I guess so. No problem. If you make a new character, you'll go through the campaign again, yeah. But whenever you're playing through the game for a second time during the same league, some things are important to take into account. Like, you have access to your stash, you have access to all of your currency, you can trade. And your second playthrough, your Atlas is still going to be unlocked on other characters. You don't have to redo your Atlas. This is also pretty important for like hardcore too, because like if you die in hardcore, at least you don't lose your stash. If you made it to endgame, at least your Atlas is still progressed. I wanted to try Chronomancer. I don't know if it's fun. I don't know much about Chronomancer, but what I will say is Hammer of the Gods Chronomancer is a good meme. It is definitely fun. If the only precedent is you want to have fun, Hammer of the Gods Chronomancer is fun. And memey. Very memey.
That's quite nice.
Thank you for the Prime. Hello, guy. Appreciate it. I low-key don't want to do that. That's understandable.
Monstrosity. too slow.
Where is the tower? Down here? Man, I've been everywhere. There it is. Jeez. Noob question, why are you adding the Delirium to my map? More mobs, more XP, more drops. I get splinters while I'm just doing shitty traversal maps. The biggest benefit of adding Delirium into your maps is like this wasn't even a good map or anything, and this is on the low end of what you see, but whenever you have your Delirium Atlas maxed out the way I do, whenever you just add Delirium to shitty traversal maps, you're very, very likely to just get like 20, 30, 40 splinters throughout the course of the map, which adds a lot of value to the maps that would otherwise just be shitty traversal that you have to do anyways.
Dying is not on our side.
And better. A lot less upsetting. Gold, fine. Get out of here. Finally got Hands of Wisdom in action about an hour ago from Trait Site. My DPS literally doubled. Absolutely wild. Yeah. Yeah. Hand of Wisdom in action are crazy.
Fury! An easy trophy. That's quite nice.
For the most part, I just ended up making enough currency to buy the keys to fight all of the bosses that I've fought. I think the only boss that I really actually farmed all of the keys for was Breach. Everything else I bought my way in initially.
Thunderous shot!
But that's kind of a decision that just has to be made based on if the character feels like it's strong enough to handle it. Because it's a really bad feeling whenever you buy a pinnacle key and then you die and you lose it. Lose a bunch of currency. Lose out on the extra points from the Atlas. That's a crazy pile, isn't it? Look at that. There's 8 Simulacrum splinters sitting in that pile. If only I invested in armor scraps. Do I usually carry an Omen of Resurgence? Yeah, typically I do have an Omen of Resurgence, but I haven't bothered to replace it at the moment. I think it actually got popped without me noticing, maybe, or maybe I never changed it after I accidentally got it popped by Burning Ground. But we also just leveled up today, so I'm sitting on 1% XP. If I die, I die. We're not getting to 98 anytime soon, that's for sure.
Don't mind if I do.
Never replaced it when it got popped by the fire ground. Yeah, it sounds about right. We're just kind of living on the edge. Pop out of your build from Pub Gun's been struggling a bit, procking Herald of Ice and Delirium maps. That would make sense. Considering, you know, Herald of Ice can't proc against the Delirium demons. They don't have corpses. Makes sense.
Barely broke a sweat.
Yeah, this build doesn't really have any issues with Delirium.
I need more mana.
You know, I wonder if Simulacrum isn't going up in price the way Breach is, like Breach Stones are, because a lot of the meta builds struggle to do Simulacrums. That's probably contributing to why the Simulacrum price is not increasing the way Breach Stone prices are increasing. Do you use shift to your left click or just aim for monsters like any other skills? Shift for your left click. My left click is just lightning arrow. I don't use shift at all. Swap your build from Bug Gun, and it's been a great decision. There's another one. I'm happy it's working out for you. Watching someone play Lightning Rod is like watching someone welding. I've never heard that comparison before, but true. Oh, shift holds you in place while you attack? Yeah, no, I don't do that. I don't do that ever. I'm always moving. I also play WoW. That's another part of it. Come on. No. I need to check in with GGG and see if they'll send me a better streamer client. Mine sucks. Aim without moving. Yeah, I'm just always moving.
Storm point.
I probably would if I wasn't playing WoW, I imagine. Because it would be really annoying, like accidentally clicking something and getting moved forward.
Don't mind if I do.
I think when I played PoE 1, that's something I did more. But that was a long time ago. Do you think PoE devs should add Ascendancy set skills? Ranger might not benefit from it, but if a class switches weapons, their Ascendancy skill points also switch with that weapon? I don't know. I don't think I have like the experience with other classes to speak on whether that would be a good idea or not. I think it would. My immediate reaction is I think it's a good idea, and that would be on the grounds of it would add more complexity and diversity and creativity to the game, and I think that's always a good thing. It's
Time
actually
is
like
not on our side.
maybe not bad. Okay, it's pretty bad. It could have been not bad, but it is now definitively bad.
They'll be here, waiting.
Gonna try WASD, I think. Hands full of thumbs. I am a big WASD enjoyer. I'm gonna be honest, if I couldn't play WASD, I prefer WASD movement in games. If I couldn't play WSD in PoE2, we wouldn't be having this conversation because I never would have picked up the game. Not gonna lie. I really did not enjoy native controls for Path of Exile 1. That was like the biggest contributing factor as to why I only did one season beginning to end, or one league beginning to end, I mean, is because I really didn't like the controls. And I really hated piano keying 5 flasks.
That's quite nice.
None of that felt comfortable. And then my friends told me that I could play WASD in PoE2, and I'm like, all right, let's do it. I looked away and I was on burning ground and I nearly died leaving the map. That would have been funny. Can't look away. No matter what, do not look away. This game is like the weeping angel. You look away, it snaps your neck instantly. Alright, ritual. Is there like... Did I maybe dump one by accident? Or is this actually all I got? Is just these two? Alright. Big money. Pack size, that's good. Yep, that is... Those are fine. So I used to mouse. Gotta reset my muscle memory. WASD is a big game changer for me as well in these types of games. WASD is goated. Don't blink, or if you're RGV, don't think. What's up, TJK? How you doing tonight, man? Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I forgot you told me it's always terrible. My bad.
In my sight. An easy trophy.
Oh, I got 2 armor scrap drops. Huge. Audio's kind of broken. Keep it up. Thanks for the 5er, Rick. Appreciate it. Oh, I got a ritual tablet. Huge. Those are so annoying to keep up. Okay, it could be something this time. It's nice to see the human anomaly. Literally coughing up a lung while you said that. That's on brand. Damn, he jumped at me quick.
What luck?
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, ritual tablets are so painful to sustain, and it sucks because it's my favorite mechanic. I hate dealing with the trade site for them because they just get price fixed so hard, and it's really difficult to actually like figure out what the price is that people actually take the time to sell me them. Just prefer to not deal with it if I can. Great whenever I just get one to drop. I've even considered running Delirium just for precursor tablet whenever I'm playing Ritual, just to help me sustain better.
I need more mana. Barely broke a sweat.
Yeah, just no stream luck allowed. Sad. The Divine just dropped from a tier 14 white map. I feel lucky while watching your stream. Maybe that's where all my luck goes. My streamer client doesn't work for me. It works for you guys that are hanging out. I guess in all fairness, I did get a couple Divines during stream at least. But yeah, we've gone completely dry on the ritual side of things. No omens, no audiences. That's okay though. How do you recover MP so fast? Cast on chalk triggers a lot. I'm using the one ring to rule them all, that being Thief's Torment.
Barely broke a sweat.
Covered in my build guide. There's a 58-minute build guide video, and then there's also my mobalytics pinned at the top of the chat. Have you considered lots of electrical puns like celebrity George Lopez, Mr. Rizlect? What? I have not considered making lightning puns, no. I just got a Thief's Torment and it's life-changing. Lost a little DPS though. Yeah, it's alright. You'll overall gain way more DPS than you lose just because your Ball Lightning will proc infinitely. Every time you get to a point where you look at a rare and that happens to it. Kind of a bad example because I used Barrage on Reflex, but like we'll do it the normal way. It's like a DPS loss on paper, but then in reality, shit like this happens. Where is it? Where's the rare? Oh, there it is. Yeah, that. Stuff like that happens. Like, I only shot a lightning arrow and a lightning rod, and it just fired a bajillion balls of lightning until it died.
Storm point.
That's why we need POB to update and take into account meta gems and be able to quantify meta gems. Finally made it to the stream. I got some bad news. Whoever needs updating, my jewels to you so I can get back plus more. Right on. Does the fragment drop related on tier map? Instant death on the boss heart? Well, you can't do citadels without it being a T15 map wholesale. But the waystone drop rate is what determines how many crisis fragments you get. So I believe it's 300% will get you 2, 500% or more will get you 3, and then I want to say it's either 700 or 900 is the next breakpoint that'll get you 4 crisis fragments. But obviously, whenever you do shit like that, the map is gonna be omega juiced. So
Until next time.
the more you do that, the better chance that you just, you know, just lose. You don't get anything at that point. Got to be careful to some degree. I usually try to just do 500% and leave it at that. I'll take 3 fragments. And I try to make sure there's nothing on there that's going to insta-kill me. Would you ever do a video on minion builds? I'm going to be honest, probably not. Minions aren't really my playstyle. I don't think I would ever be a very good teacher when it comes to minion builds. Like, I don't think I could actually make a good minion build and then make a good guide on it because it's just not my playstyle. Only enemies that can stand up to you are the ones with really long death animations. The funny way to put that, yeah. Minion is rough. Yeah, I don't really know much about it, to be fair. I didn't play minions. The most exposure I got to minions was watching my friends play minions, and they seemed to have a pretty good time in the early game. But then in my comment section for, like, Breach, a lot of people were saying, like, hey, I play minions, and I'm not having a good time playing Breach.
Thunderous shot.
And that's been, like, the majority of my exposure to minion builds.
No mana.
I think if I was playing an Infernalist or a Blood Mage, what would ended up happening is I would, instead of playing minions, I would probably play, like, Bone. What is it called? I don't think it's called Bone Splinter. What is that ability called? Trying to make it good. I don't like minion builds, find it too difficult to manage them. I just don't like pet classes. Like, I don't like having things follow me around, do the work. I want to do the work. Bone Shatter. No, not Bone Shatter. It's like a Blood Mage thing. It's something Blood Mages do. Or like some Blood Mages. It throws a bunch of, like, splintered bones at things. You hold down the button, and then you throw bones. A Frost Mage minion build. Bone Blast? Is it called Bone Blast?
I don't have enough mana.
Bones be upon me. Bone Storm. Alright, I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. I'm backing out. Bone. Bone Storm. Yes, Bone Storm. I would try to do like crit Bone Storm. I would play like crit Bone Storm, or I would play I would do like not that. What else? Detonate Dead. I would play like a Detonate Dead build, or I would do a Bone Storm build. Is probably what I would want to do if I was ever playing a witch. I kind of vibe with those abilities.
Take this.
And I'm not saying like those are optimal for one reason or another. That's just like when I look at that class archetype and think about what abilities I would want to play for fun, those would be the abilities I would want to play that I think would be fun to me. To try and make a build around. That actually, I feel like that hit me really hard because I had my guard up. I don't know how much that hit me for, but it was probably close to 2,000. But also, if I didn't have guard, I wouldn't be walking over those corpses. Infernalist Comet is kind of cool. I just wouldn't play a Comet build at this point in the league because it's like, I don't know. Comet just feels so... Comet feels like nerf bait. Everywhere Comet appears, nerfs happen.
Don't mind if I do.
And even if I was playing a build for fun, I wouldn't want to play a build that I thought if my audience watched it and emulated it, it could potentially get nerfed and like ruin their investment. So I'd stay away from like auto bomb stuff. I'd stay away from Comet stuff. Just on that principle. I wouldn't do demon form because Loopy already does demon form and he does a really good job of covering demon form builds. So it would just be kind of redundant.
What can I do for you?
Semi-casual, thank you for the follow. One scene, Harry Potter, where my forearm bends over. I don't remember that. Character before was an Infernalist minion build, but I got bored during Breach because it sucks. Yeah, if you... So this is like... You know how the meme here is 2-3+ times per stream? We have someone come in and say something along the lines of, hey, I switched off of Fubgun's build and now I'm running yours and I'm having a lot more fun, or like I'm doing more damage, or I'm having a better time. You know, like that's the running meme around here. The running meme for my buddy Loopy's stream is people coming in and saying, hey, I switched to your build from minions and I'm having a way better time. Because he's doing demon form, fire blast, flame blast, demon form flame blast builds, and he has like his whole commune is like converts from being minion players and getting sick of playing minions, so then they go play Infernalist Flame Blast instead. It's pretty funny. It happens a lot. His demon form build looks so fun. It is extremely fun. The most fun part about it, in my opinion, is the fact that you can fly too close to the sun and just instantly blow up your entire health bar if you mess around too much. I think that's hilarious. We both have builds that have the capability to fly too close to the sun with proc effects and just instantly make our character unplayable. That's how you know you're really towing the line. Grenade Merc, that was terrible. And then I switched to Minion Witch, which was decent. I'm thinking of going to Monk next. Monks are good.
Strong point.
I don't think monks feel very good in the early game, but they definitely scale. Kayula is also a little bit of a meme at the moment compared to Invoker.
Barely broke a sweat. Don't mind if I do.
But Kayula is still like playable, of course. More shaped glass gets obliterated for 4.6 billion damage.
No mana.
All the gear was set up for grenades. Kind of want to change for lightning. I think if I was going to play Merc, I would probably play Lightning Merc. Switch to Freezing Concoction. I'm having a much more fun time. Freezing Concoction's pretty cool. No pun intended. Only thing I hate is my heralds don't trigger off Delirium mobs. Well, Herald of Lightning triggers off of Delirium, but Herald of Ice will not trigger off Delirium because they don't have corpses.
Yes. Until next time.
Honestly, I feel like Herald of Ice not triggering off of corpses is like the only thing keeping... It's like legitimately the only thing keeping Herald of Ice from being the end-all, be-all, best thing on the planet. What's my current goal with this character? My current goal with this character is to stream and chat, basically, at this point. We've kind of completed everything there is to complete. The only thing that I could do more is improve my gear for the sake of it. Like, I kind of want to eventually make enough money to just have a mirror, quiver, and bow, because I think that would be cool. And other than that, I could go blast Alroth 4 times and max out my expedition tree, which is probably something I'll do soon. Like I said, I'm probably still going to do the expedition video, even though the ritual video didn't make it to 2,000 likes, just for the sake of doing everything. And then after I make the expedition video, I'll probably make a video just talking about the Atlas in general. Like, I'll have 2 or 3, probably 3 different normal Atlas setups, depending on your state in the game, like how strong you are and what part of the game you're at. And then we'll talk about all the different variations of all of the bossing Atlases, depending on, you know, what you want to do with them, and different optimizations you can make there. And yeah, probably do like a video just talking about Atlases after I'm done with all of them.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
I just haven't done Expedition solely because I just don't like Expedition. I don't understand how Expedition logbooks sell for so much because people are just gambling. No one is actually, well, I shouldn't say no one. There's always somebody. I said no one in the Rage Gaming video, and there were like 6, 7, 8 people that came forward and said, I am that person that had an Azcapa and I did not know it was valuable. So you should never say nobody. Nobody does something. But I will say that most players who play logbooks and play Expedition do not actually clear the Expedition. They just go into the logbook, see if the boss is there. No boss, they leave. And they just do that over and over until they get a boss. They kill the boss. They hope to get the jewel. They hope to get the flask. They get neither, then they're hosed. It is straight up gambling. Struggling to find a better bow. My single string bow does 500 DPS. How much DPS would I need to be equivalent with a dual string? It's not really about, I guess it's about DPS. If you have an extra arrow, if you go from 4 arrows to 5 arrows on a dual string, and we're talking bossing DPS, that's a 20% difference. So if you want to look at it like that, a single arrow bow with 500 DPS, as far as lightning rod DPS is concerned, is the equivalent of a 400 DPS bow. Or a, that doesn't sound right. That math sounds wrong. 400, 20% more of 400 would be, it's 80, no? No. No, it'd be 100. No, definitely not 100. 20, it's 80. It'd be 480. So it'd be, 420? It'd be the equivalent of a 420 DPS bow for the purpose of bossing. And obviously the AoE clear is a little bit worse because you're not firing as many arrows. But that's still a really good bow. 500 DPS is still a lot of damage. What happened to these early access characters after the full games come out anyway? Apparently you're still going to be able to play them. You'll still be able to access the early access league characters after the game goes live. It's just, keep in mind the community is going to continually be moving forward to the newest league. So really the purpose of your previous characters is always just going to be like, you want to test something, you want to experiment with something, or, you know, you don't really care about trading. If you were playing SSF, it doesn't matter to you at all. You can just keep playing that character if you were having fun playing that character. And yeah, basically the community will move forward to the new league for the most part, but you can always come back and still play your character from the previous league or the early access leagues just to experiment with stuff. I have a bunch of thunder hammers if anyone needs. Yeah, exactly. Just gambling. Bedtime. Catch you on stream tomorrow. Catch you next stream. Okay. Later, Akami. All right. Let's go spreading disinformation. Don't understand how expedition logbooks sell for so much. Everyone I've done just doesn't pay out even close. Nope. Logbooks suck. Logbooks completely suck. If you don't get a boss, it sucks. It just does. They need to buff Expedition. They said as much that they still plan to improve Expedition rewards further. Any nerfs? New season, you doing this build? This next season, next league, I am absolutely playing Lightning Arrow again to start my league because I very wholeheartedly believe this to be one of the best league starters in its current form. Unless there are some crazy nerfs to how good it is, I would play this again next league so that I could start my account and my bankroll upright, right? I want to get to Endgame. I want to blast Trial of Sekhmet. I want to sell Trial carries again. I want to get ahead of the curve, and then I want to do Pinnacle bossing. And just get an absurd amount of currency, and then spend the rest of the league playing whatever the hell I want. That is what I want to do next league. assuming that my character is not nerfed into the dirt. So we'll see. What's a league anyway? It's like a new server. Basically a new server. All right, it's been about 5 hours. Normally I only stream for 4. This is going to be where I say goodnight, call it, and go back to working on my breach guide. But thank all of you for hanging out with me. It was pretty sick. There's a lot of you guys joining me tonight. I think this is probably the most folks I've had around for a PoE live stream, so that was sick. Thank you guys so much for coming in and hanging out. It's been awesome. I'm gonna go ahead and see. Let's see. So my buddy Loopy is actually streaming right now. He's playing a... No, what happened? Oh, he's playing hardcore. He just started hardcore. Okay, he's playing hardcore monk, looks like. He just started playing hardcore. All right, sick. I'm gonna go ahead and raid into him on the Twitch side. I'll send you guys on the YouTube side a link. He also simulcasts, so he's live on YouTube as well. I will send YouTube a link to him, and that's where we're gonna go hang out. If you guys would like to hang out and watch some more PoE, it's up to you. If not, have yourself a good night, and I will see you next time. Let's see, Loopy, YouTube, there we go. Yeah, here is the link for YouTube. I'm gonna go hang out with him. Thanks for watching, guys. Thank you for taking the time to answer my question. Yeah, no problem.